Oh, what the heck? I just noticed something there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Forrest over here, and welcome back to, hmm, this will be interesting. Because I noticed we got some new, add-ons here that we got from over here. But whatever. Anyway, hello, ladies and gentlemen, Forrest over here, and welcome back to another reading live stream. I am still doing, I will still be doing the book that I said I was going to be reading. Um, Here in the near future. I am still in the process of finishing that book up, and I'm about halfway through it. Once I get that book done, I'll officially read it. But today is Valentine's Day. First off, happy Valentine's Day to everybody that's watching this. And if it's not Valentine's Day for you, then I hope your day is going well. If you're not watching this on Valentine's Day. But in any event, so we are reading these two books here. This one, we're going to be reading this one first because this one did come out first out of the two of them. Once you get this book done, it's titled Heartstopper, which is, I'm pretty sure you can guess what it is. It is, from what I'm seeing, it is an LGBTQ plus book, specifically uh, toward the gay community. And I got these two books. For starters, because I do support the LGBTQ plus community. I always have. And unless somebody really tries very, very hard to get me otherwise, I will still continue to do so. But yeah. So, today is Valentine's Day, so I decided to read a few romance books, which are these two be to begin with. So that's the whole gist of why I'm doing this here. I actually could not remember. I actually knew I had these books, but I, for the life of me, earlier when I made that community post saying that I was going to do this, for the life of me, I could not remember the title of the books. But I knew I had them, and I knew what books I was looking for, but I just could not think of the name of them. But here we are. So I'm actually going to do this real quick, actually. Hold on one second. I'm actually going to have the camera right here because this is, as you'll see here, it is a picture book. So, while it will seem mirrored on my end, I will try my best to read it. Alright, so here we go. This is, I'm actually going to go ahead and lower it down a little bit more here so it's right on my lap. Can you guys see it? Not exactly yet. Let me make sure you guys can completely see it. It's a little bit higher now. Close enough. Alright, so let's get right straight into it. And if I suck at, and I apologize if I'm not very good with the, I apologize if I'm not very good with the character voices, but hey, I'm trying here. So let's take a look, see? Actually, I probably could actually, I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try to read it like it's an actual book. So, we have, so our first chapter is Meet, M-E-E-T. See the fly, we see our leaves are blowing in the wind, as it is currently the month of January. Oh, this really will piss off all the anti-LGBTQ plus people already. Anyway, so we start off with a library. We see a picture, we see a shot of a clock right by a window as it is ticking away, and the leaves are still flying outside. And in the midst of all that, this is the very first thing we see right there. And then the sound of the beeping. Doot, doot, doot. Charlie, that was only the first bell. Yeah, I've got to go. Why? Sorry. For context, this one is Ben, and this one is Charlie. After that little meetup, Charlie fixes his hair, and then he looks at a piece of paper. I'm not going to read every little detail of it, so if you guys want to pause to read this piece of paper, you may go ahead and do so. At any point, if you guys want to pause the story so you can read what's going on, like what pieces of paper or whatever is being shown on the screen, and I say, well, here's this, you can read it on your own time, there you go. But Charlie, looking like he's walking off. He's walking off right here. And then we get a shot of the hallway as students are still continuing to walk to their to where they're supposed to be at this point in time. Charlie, meanwhile, yawns, and he's looking a little tired. But still, everybody's busy talking and walking. And we see the shot of what looks like a part of the hallway or a classroom. Either way, there's that. There it is right here. But here we go. Charlie walks up to a door. And as the leaves are continuing to blow, he opens the door. And the first thing said, excuse me. Well, if it isn't Charlie Spring, Happy New Year. Hi, Mr. Lang, says Charlie in response. Let's see, where did I put you on the sitting plan? Ah, yes, you're over here. You're over there. Next to Nicholas Nelson. He's in year 11, so only a year older than you. A year older than you. I apologize if I mess up on some of the words. And then you see a shot of this young boy in question right there. And you see the shot of the young boy, the young man. And here is, so there's the first full page picture of the two of them. And then there's a shot of the two of them saying hi to each other. A comic by Alice Olseman. So in the next picture, we see more leaves flying, and it looks like a painting or a ripped picture right here, as Charlie is looking behind him. In the meantime, you see, excuse me. So you see there's Nick. So you see there's a couple boys talking to each other. He with his back turned a little bit. And they're still talking. Still talking right there. And there he is. It even says right here, peeking. He's peeking. Alright. Day 2. Alright. Alright. Day 3. Morning. Morning. Day 4. Hey. So basically they're getting well acquainted, aren't they, already? And here we have a young boy right in front of the blackboard. you guys want to see what all that's being read there, you may pause and read it, because that is a lot of stuff to read, and I'm trying not to, and I can't read every little thing because I'm actually looking at this thing, literally I'm looking right down on it. But at one point he says, Charlie? Here you go. Let me see if I can, actually, let me see if I can find a better way. Hold on. I know where I'm at. Let me see if I can find a better way to read this here. Hold on a second. There we go. See if I can do this a lot better than that. Where were we? Alright, so we were right here. Right here. He says, maybe it's really nice when see it better. He says, you don't have any tissues, do you? My pen exploded. Look at his face. He's looking at him like, okay. No, sorry. Oh dear, Nick, you'd better go clean up in the bathroom. Charlie, can you go with Nick and open the doors for him? It's not my glasses because I always seem to read better without it. And so the two of them are going into the bathroom together. Well, he holds the door open for them and they go to the bathroom. Once they're in the bathroom, Nick says, sorry about this. And Charlie responds, it's fine. Hopefully I'll miss some of first period. I have double science. Who do you have? Mr. Hutchins? Mr. Hutchins? Oh my god, I had him last year. He smelled so bad at cat food. He really does! So, how did your pen explode? It's a fountain pen. They do that sometimes. Are fountain pens really hard to write with? Yeah, but it makes my handwriting look nice. It's not coming off! You're gonna be blue forever. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny. Look, I look like I'm wearing blue gloves. You can make it the new school fashion. I'll pretend it's a tattoo. I think that might be against school rules. Beep beep beep. Oh, we'd better go. Was that first bell or second bell? Don't know. I'll check the time. It checks the time, but then he gets a really angry text. Then he gets a really angry text based on his face, and it says, quote, music room 2? Charlie, where the fuck are you? Huh? I'm waiting. Can't even be bothered to text me? You're so fucking useless. Let's see. Charlie? Yeah. First bell. Friends? He says with dripped fingers that also magically turn into leaves on that picture. You're friends with Nick Nelson now? Really? And this is Tao Zhu. This is a friend of Charlie's. But he's one of the rugby lads. He's friends with Harry Green, for God's sake. So, that's really nice. Come on, he's a fucking chav. He calls everyone mate and probably throws food at people on the bus. He doesn't call me mate, though. Charlie says Charlie. Let me make sure I get the name right, because I hate messing up with the names. Tao just gives him a look. And then he says, you have a crush on him. What? That's not... I don't just fall for any boy who's nice to me. He's probably straight anyway. As he goes... Now we see a shot of him walking in between what I'm guessing was supposed to be like fences or something right there. Oh my god, Ben, shut up! He hears in the court, and then you see, Ben and his girlfriend right there. But they say Ben and his girlfriend, just like that. Meanwhile, he just walks. Later that night, Charlie texts him. He texts Ben, and he says, I don't want to meet up anymore. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Sorry. Why? I don't understand. For fuck's sake, we're not going to get caught. Charlie, don't ignore me. And Charlie, without another text, goes to sleep. It's now February. And now we're seeing... And now Charlie is practicing... Charlie is on the track and field. He's on the track field. Monday, February 1st, 10H, 11H, PE, physical education. Come on, year 10s. We've been doing this all year and no one's beaten Charlie's time yet. Yeah, Charlie must be really fast if the teacher's being like that. And Charlie is shown running again. Meanwhile, somebody is taking a notice to him. I don't think you need to guess who. Nick! Someone says in the distance. Yeah? What are you staring at? Nothing. Meanwhile, Charlie is still doing his running. But then he stops. Nick! Pass it! As he stops, that's what he hears. He looks over to Nick. And this is what that's what he sees. Everybody all cheering him on like that. Charlie, meanwhile, makes this face. And then he walks. And the leaves continue to blow. And the leaves keep on blowing as our next shot is at his locker. And in the meantime, he hears, "Hey, Charlie!" He looks over to see Nick, who then says, "I need to talk to you." Charlie, not really wanting to do this right now, tries to make an excuse. I have a drum lesson right now, but not giving up. He gets the response. Answer my fucking text, then. It's been 2 weeks. I already said I don't want to meet up with you anymore, Charlie says in response. And that's it, is it? No explanation? Well, yeah, I guess so. But then he gets grabbed by the collar and is told, "That's not good enough, Charlie. I've been looking for you. Uh, is everything all right? I didn't know you knew Ben. Uh, uh, yes? We'll talk later, Charlie," he says, very upset, and he walks away without another word. "Why are you friends with Ben Hope? He's kind of a dick." "We're not friends. I help him with his math homework." Okay, interesting excuse to come up with, but all right. And Ben apparently agrees so because he says, "Okay. So, anyway, I have something to ask you." And then he is questioning what he's about to, and he's questioning what he's about to say. And this is all right. "Charlie, you may not know this, but I'm gay too, and I'm in love with you. Will you go out with me? I want to be with you forever." That's what he thinks is gonna happen. But what really happens is, "Do you want to join the rugby team? We're short a player. Everyone seems to prefer football." And there's Charlie like, "I got my hopes up, darn it. Damn it, I got my hopes up. What the hell?" Uh, well, "I don't really know how to play. I don't even watch it on TV." "That's okay, I'll teach you." "But why me? I saw you run in PE. You're really fast." Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Hey man, getting ready for bed, so I plan on looking for the most part, but I'll be here. Alright, Nicole. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Good sleep. And I hope I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be reading a bedtime story now. Now that I've read that, I'm gonna be feeling like I'm reading a bedtime story. But you know what? But you know what? Let's keep moving. Um, aren't I a bit small and weak for rugby?" says this man with the excuse. Ben, or not Ben, that's Nick. What am I talking about? I gotta differentiate all of them. So Nick looks at him speechless and then says, "Well, this is only a school team. So you're saying I'm weak? No! Beep, beep, beep," says the bell. "Fuck, I'm missing my drum lesson." "The bell? Lunch is over already?" Yeah, you ever get that moment where you feel like, I'm just gonna say this for the record. You ever get that moment where you enjoy your lunch so much that by the time you're done with it, it just feels like time went slowly, but it actually ended up going faster than you thought it would, than you thought it was? Yeah. But after all this is done, Charlie asks, "Can I think about it?" And Nick says, "Yeah, sure. I'll see you later," says Charlie, and he walks off as more leaves fly. Nick then questions, "He plays the drums?" 1 week later, so many talking going on. But then after everything is all said, the most important line is spoken. "Charlie Spring, though?" Nick then says, "Yes? Why him, though? He's a fucking stick. Like, I know he's popular, everyone loves him, but can he even play? I'm sure he's a nice guy, but we actually want to be good. Does he even like sports? Everyone knows he's gay." Creak. Opens the door. And I want to say for the record, it doesn't matter what kind of sexuality you are, straight or LGBTQ plus. It doesn't matter if you like sports, then you like sports. If you want to play sports, even as a gay person, I believe you have the right to play that kind of sport. That's all that should be said on that matter. Because if people are going to be like that, then they're not going to be. Then to me, that's so that they're not going to be a team player if they're on the team doing that. Just saying. But the door opens. Nick being the only one happy to see him, as he says, "Hey!" And Charlie responds, embarrassingly, "Hey." The leaves blow some more, and now we see some birds. So there are 4 ways to score in rugby: a try, a conversion, a penalty, or a drop goal. And now we're gonna learn how rugby is played, guys. Are you ready? Well, at least part of it. A try is where you ground the ball over the line. Conversions and penalties are where you get the chance to kick the ball in at goal without being tackled. And a drop goal is when you kick it through the post during general play. Charlie, meanwhile, is looking at him like, what did I just set myself up for? That's what. Look at that face. He literally got that face of like, what did I just set myself up for? He really does. He really does. No question about it. This is a lot of information, says Charlie. You'll probably pick it up after a few games, says Nick. I hope you're prepared for me to be an absolute crap, says Charlie in response. You might be better than me for all we know. Charlie Spring! And there's the teacher. This is Miss Singh, PE teacher, ex-semi-pro rugby player. So you're the chosen one. Says Charlie in response, with Nick looking at him with perhaps the cutest smile I've ever seen. I've ever seen any man make. That is one of the cutest smiles I've ever seen. So here's where we're going to have to go this way, kind of like a manga in a way, but yeah. I'm going to be reading this thing like it's a manga now with this page, but let's do this. What year are you in? Year 10. Ever play rugby? No. But Nick says you're a fast runner, yeah? I think so. Good. We need an extra win. Know what that is? No. Nick, why don't you use today's practice to take Charlie through the basics? Sure, says Nick in response. Trust your body a bit more. Like this? Yeah, it's like more of an underthrow. So, like this? Yeah, but aim it at me. Says look at that face. That face right there, Jesus cow. I'm trying, says Charlie. And there we see the two of them practicing together. Just like that. Now I wonder how long that happens. How long that keeps going on. And eventually, that's it! I knew you'd get it, he says with a smile on his face. That was okay. Yep, perfect pass. You're a natural, says Charlie. So, we've covered passing and scoring. We've got about 15 minutes left, so do you want to have tackling to go? Tackling, says Charlie. I want to keep saying says Charlie just so you guys know who I'm talking about. Oh, it's not too hard. Watch the guys. They're playing a match right now. You just have to take the player with the ball down by grabbing them below their shoulders. Want to give it a go? And this man is blushing profusely now after that. I am definitely way too weak to do that. Excuse me, where's your can-do attitude? Give it a go. Just run at me. I won't dodge. Go on. I bet you can do it. Fine, he says after a little bit after thinking about it a bit more. Making sure I don't miss a page. So now here they are practicing how to tack. Now they're practicing tackling. And Nick is doing as he says he is. He is standing perfectly still as Charlie runs at him. And he gives him a decent tackle, but look at that face. Look at his face. And as the tackle was made, Nick says, "That was perfect!" "Was it?" Charlie asks. And then Nick stands up and says, let's try it again while running. And Charlie is blushing again. Yeah, I'm expecting... Hey, I think you're super cool for this. Hello, Cosmic. How you doing tonight? Yep. I decided to do this because it's Valentine's Day, and I honestly, on one hand, I don't really have very many romance novels, but on the other hand, I did have this. And so I decided to do these books because I'm doing this, and then immediately following this one. At least this one won't require me having to hold it like a picture book. Because I honestly don't mind while I don't mind the picture books, like the comics and whatnot, I do prefer reading like books with words in them. Like, yeah, of course I show a page with no words in it, but yeah, you know what I'm saying, like a regular book. But I still enjoy reading books regardless. 2 days later, in the middle of the practice, Charlie tosses it to Nick, and apparently it was a good pass because Nick talks to him about it, and Charlie blushes again as he does so. And then 5 days later, the coach looks like she's talking to him about something, but we don't quite know what it is. But 1 week later, Nick and a fellow student says, "You've been doing really great. You've been doing really well, hasn't he? You're surprised?" "Well, all I knew about him was that he's gay." "Wait, I don't think being gay makes you bad at sports." He said, and as he's saying this, we see Charlie with somebody else. "I never said that. Anyway, I can see why he's popular. He's managed to fit in really well." "Yeah, he's just a really cool guy," he says Charlie with it. That's not Charlie, that's Nick with a smile. And Charlie looks at him and then smiles. "Your hair's sticking out." "Is it? I was thinking about cutting it." "What? What?" It's just it'd be a big change. Oh, Charlie's saying what, and Nick's saying it'd be a big change. So am I like actually really any good? What? What, at rugby? Of course you are. Yeah? Why? I'm just a bit scared of letting everyone down, and I don't even know whether they like me or want me on the team or... Yeah. It's silly, says Charlie. "All of the older boys kind of remind me of the people who used to bully me." Yep, that's something that can happen. That's actually something that can happen amongst teenagers. Yeah, that's something that can happen amongst teenagers, actually. I never experienced it myself. Well, I'm a straight person, so I obviously never experienced it myself, but I do understand where people are coming from with this sort of thing because people think being like that is not cool whatsoever. For whatever reason, for the guys, I don't know if they ever think it's somehow hot or sexy for the ladies when they're a teenager, but when it comes to boys liking other boys, for some reason that seems to have been picked on for whatever reason, and I don't even understand it. Um, which I could say is bullcrap if people are doing that to other people, because I have actually known people in the LGBTQ plus community ever since since the second half of my time in high school. Yeah, and ever since then, I've been a supporter of the LGBTQ plus community. So whenever people go off on that group of people, I basically just tell it like it is. Like, if people have a problem with someone being lesbian or gay or bisexual or transgender or any other part of that community, basically, if anybody has a problem with somebody who is not straight, in either like a straight up man or a woman and they're transgender, or if somebody is not a straight person, like they're a lesbian, gay, or bisexual, or anything of that matter, they have an issue with it, and I'm just like, dude, it does not concern you in the slightest. Shut your fucking mouth. That's what I really be like. Oh, especially with the transgender people. Like, like people going off on transgender people, I mean. Because I have seen so many times where people have an issue with transgenders being involved in sports in a particular way. And I'm like, well, when it comes to just sports in general, they're just afraid of competition, is what it is. At least to me, that's what it seems like. They're just afraid of competition. They don't want new faces. They don't want new faces coming around to potentially, make them look bad. Because they probably were one of the top rated people involved in that sport before a transgender person came along. Even better, I actually remember seeing something with MMA. And this one YouTuber was talking smack about how one of the one of the competitors was a transgender woman, and people were in the comment section of that video bashing that transgender person, and I'm like, apparently these fucking people have never seen an MMA fight because I have. And if there's one thing I know about MMA, it's not about the size of the person. And it's not about it's not entirely about brawn. It's all about strategy too. I mean, how many times have you seen a fight in UFC? For anybody who's a fan of UFC, how many times have you guys have seen a fight with two competitors, and you think, well, this guy is more experienced, so he's clearly going to win. He's going to clearly mop the floor with this with this rookie. But then somehow the rookie, or someone that's like the rookie, ends up winning the fight. Or just MMA in general. How many people have seen that happen? You know why? Because it's all about strategy. It's all about the brain more so than the brawn, but the brawn can help too. But it's mainly about strategy. That's what it's all about. I mean, hell, every sport is like that. It's all about strategy. It's always, in some cases, it's more brain than brawn. In some cases, it's more brawn than brain. But at the end of the day, the main focal point is, it doesn't matter who you are. It's a matter of how good are you at that sport. Because I'm pretty damn certain there will probably be a transgender person who is gonna not be good at the sport at first, but then later on they're gonna be a lot better than they were before. That should tell you something. That's why I don't like it when people be all like, oh, well, we don't need transgenders in sports. They must put them in a different division. Oh, quit your bitching. Quit your bitching and quit being afraid of competition. Shut up. That's how I see it. So basically, yeah, I don't give a damn whether a person is straight or LGBTQ plus. They have every right to be involved in a sport if they're able to. They have every right to be involved in a sport, even if straight people want to bitch, whine, cry, and complain about it. That's my thought process on it all. So anyway, getting back up on topic, with this young man being saying how he used to be bullied, saying all the older boys kind of remind me of the people who used to bully me. Yeah, like I said, that can happen though, and it's really sad that people got to be like that. Also, on top of that, I was also thinking about this one time, and I find this so funny. There was this one time where parents had a problem with kids saying the word gay in a Christmas song that has gay in the lyrics. But two things were with that. Number one, the kids would always laugh whenever they said the word gay. And number two, they're taking gay out of context. Because in the old days, gay did not mean what it means nowadays. Gay was basically a three-letter word for happy. I would know this because there's another book that I have that's from way back in the old days, like with the old English terminology. And this one book that I have does use the word queer in it. But it's not the type of it's not the version of queer that we all know, and I don't ever really use that term in that context of the term. But but in that day it meant something like strange or weird or something like that. In the context of like, I heard about this. Well that's weird. But back then they would say that's queer. So it's like something like they heard a noise or they heard something out that would be unexplained, and they would say, "That's weird, that's queer," something like that. I'm just saying that for an example, but I still have that book. And when we get to that book, I will explain the terminology of the word when I get to that word in that book, so that way people don't take the wrong idea. And if people keep getting the wrong idea, and they try to cancel me, I'm gonna show them what I said was the truth, okay? I'll be on it. I will. And if they still don't want to get it, that's on them, not me. Getting back to the book, here we are right here. Well, I like you and want you on the team. Good. And there he is, blushing, thinking him saying, "I like you." And he does it like 6 times total. Now they're in the locker room. The boys' locker room! And as Charlie takes his shirt off, Nick somehow notices something. Like when he just looks up at him. And he says, "Is there anything you think you want to practice a bit more?" Charlie? After getting no response, Charlie looks at the phone. Something tells me he doesn't like what he's about to receive, and I get the feeling we're going to see what that is going to be, what that phone text is going to be about. But Nick, noticing this, says, "You okay?" "Charlie? What? You okay?" "Yeah, sorry, just got a text from, I'm meeting up with someone after this. Sorry." "Okay," says Nick. So we go to the outside world where some more birds are chirping, and he leaves the physical education room with all of his casual gear on, and he looks at the text as the text reads, "You went rugby, right? Meet me in the music block afterwards." "Why?" Please, Charlie, I want to talk. And you can't really see it, but you do. But he does say, "Fine." That's gonna be interesting. But as he looks away, he thinks about Nick saying, "Well, I like you." And he starts. If I had to guess, it looks like he starts crying. But then he says, "What's the point?" So then you have somebody looking at him as he walks and goes past the doors, and he walks into the music block. Somebody says, "Charlie, you're wearing a coat? It's not even cold. It's February." Lame. So he walks over to Ben, puts his stuff down. "What do you want, Ben?" And then he walks over to him, puts his hands on his arms, but Charlie puts his hand on him and says, "Don't touch me." "God, what's your problem? I'm trying to be nice. I said I don't want to meet up with you anymore." "Yeah, I don't believe you." "What?" "I think you're scared of us getting caught." "Why would I be scared? Everyone in school already knows I'm gay. You're the one who's scared of getting caught. You're not even my boyfriend. I'm sitting here with your girlfriend at the school gate. You don't give a shit about me. You just found the nearest guy who was willing to make out with you and went for it. You went for it too. Don't get angry at me for not wanting to come out yet." "I'm not angry about that. I'm angry because you never even suddenly cared about my feelings at all. We only ever meet up when you want, where you want, when you feel like making out with a boy. I could be anyone. You don't give a shit." That's obviously not true. What is with that smile of this boy? Look at that smile. It's kind of creepy. Honestly, it's kind of a creepy smile. "It is true. You just heard the rumors about me and were like, 'Oh, good, there's finally a gay boy I can safely get off with.'" And now Ben looks right at him. Stares right at him. Grabs him by the wrists. Pushes him against the wall. And Ben, as he gets closer, "What the f-" Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't what we literally just seen in those 3 frames right here? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that sexual harassment? Because he's forcing himself on a man. Well, it's not sexually explicit in nature. He is forcing himself on somebody who doesn't want him to touch him, let alone kiss him. You can tell he's visibly uncomfortable. And then it gets a hell of a lot worse. This hole right here. "Stop it! You're so hot when you're angry. Don't! Come on, Charlie, I really like you. Stop! Stop! What the..." Charlie opens his eyes and looks right to what would be his right. And then he sees Ben being pulled off of him. And he says, "He told you to stop, you fucking prick!" Charlie's, "Nick?" Charlie's thinking, Nick? And Nick pushes Ben against the wall. Go on! Fuck off! Yells Nick. Nick, I'm starting to like Nick. Ben can really fuck off. He really can. And Ben, because he's being outnumbered, he just got told what to do, leaves without another word. And the two of them stand right next to each other. But Nick looks right at Charlie, and Charlie looks right at him. Nick says, "Are you okay?" And Charlie, looks surprised with tears down his eyes, down his face. "I'm fine," says Charlie. "Did you hear all that?" "Well, most of it. I just kind of uh, followed you. You seemed really stressed out while we were getting changed. I just started getting worried. Uh, so, yeah. 5 minutes earlier, and here we go. We see Nick walking as he walking as he just stays right behind him, and that's when we see him right down the hallway when you hear Charlie telling Ben to get off, stop it. Yeah, he didn't take too kindly to that, and I don't blame him. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. And Charlie's surprised, but then he makes that look on his face. You have nothing to be sorry about. Oh wait, I should notice that. Charlie says, sorry. And Nick says, you have nothing to be sorry about. Sorry. You know, you say sorry a lot. Yeah, I kind of want to say it. Don't say it. Don't. You know what? I'm liking Nick right now because he's making Charlie on him. But Nick puts his hand on Charlie's shoulder just to pat it as he says, "Come on, we'll get locked in if we stay here much longer." And then they walk out of the school and then go their separate ways. Yeah, I'm just gonna say fuck you, Ben. Yeah, just fuck that boy. He deserved a kick now for that. But as Charlie is walking away, he turns around to see Nick walking further. As he says, "Idiot." Well, he thinks to himself, "Idiot. I'm such an idiot. Such a fucking idiot." Meanwhile, Nick with his mom says, "Good practice today, Nicky?" At least I'm assuming that's his mother. Like his actual mother or somebody I'm assuming that's his mother, but we'll find out. Nick? Mm-hmm. But as Nick continues to look outside, he visions Nick up in the sky as two birds continue to fly off. Something tells me that's going to be symbolic. Now we're at chapter 2, Crush. It's the middle of the night, and Nick is on his laptop. Hopefully that TV does not play any music. I might want to turn that music, mute it just in case. Because I get the feeling it's going to play something that I really don't want it to. Yeah, I see. I had that happen to me once, a few times before, where I do a reading, but then the TV starts playing something. So yeah, I seen it coming. Yeah, we're not gonna do. Yeah, we're not gonna deal with that. But anyway, it's in the middle of the night, 8 o'clock to be exact. As is working on his laptop. Then he goes onto what looks to be a social media site, aka Facebook. And in his head he hears, "Hey, did you hear some year 9 has come out as gay?" And there he sees the Facebook of Charlie Spring. Looking at his timeline. 10 months ago. So we go another flashback. 10 months ago. Huh? No? Yeah, do you know Charlie Spring from 9H? Apparently he's gay. It's going around the whole school. Where did you hear that? It's going around the whole school. He's been getting a lot of shit for it, I think. And he, and he looks right at Charlie going through that, and you got all sorts of nasty comments toward him right here in that speech bubble, which I am not going to say. But yeah, I'm just letting you know that's what they're doing. They're calling him all kinds of, they're saying all kinds of mean things to this boy. I mean, this is an all-boys school. What did he expect? What did he expect? And he looks at, and Nick looks out the window, and he looks at the night sky right here. And he looks back on the computer, and he types in, "Hey, so what happened? Seemed really serious." And he enters that, and then says, "I don't think you should talk to Ben anymore." And he and he well he actually actually let me rephrase that. He types in, "Hey, so what happened? Seemed really serious." But then he deletes the message. Then he types, "I don't think you should talk to Ben anymore." And then he deletes that message as well. And so he looks at the computer, still wondering what he should say. Meanwhile, in Charlie's house, in his room, he is busy playing the drums. Because I guess he wasn't lying when he said he played the drums. Because, sometimes, when he said something, it seemed like he was saying it as an excuse. But then he hears, bzzz, he hears his phone he feels the vibration on his phone. Bzzz. Charlie, noticing this, wonders what's going on, what's on his phone. And so he takes his phone out and he looks, and it says, "Hey, just wanted to check you're okay. Ben's such a dick." Yes, he is. Fuck you, Ben. No, seriously, no. Fuck Ben. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. Fuck him. Because he literally forced himself onto Charlie. Fuck Ben in this situation. Fuck this boy named Ben. This boy in this book named Ben. Because how dare you force yourself upon somebody who didn't want to do what you wanted to do? Fuck off. Man or woman, it don't matter. If the person if the person says I don't want to do it, then they don't want to do it. Then that does not give you the right to force yourself in any way upon that person. If they say no, it means no. I'm just saying. Because if anybody tries to pull that bullshit of Bill Cosby, and I'm being serious when I say this, if anybody toward any man or woman tries to pull that shit with Bill Cosby, well, did she say yes? Well, she didn't say no. That's not my question. Did she say yes? If they say yes, it's different. If they say no, if they say yes, then unless otherwise stated, it's consensual. But if they say no, no the fuck it isn't. If they don't even say yes, it is still by definition not non-consensual. Shut up to anybody who tries to argue with me on that. Moving on. Charlie looks down at the phone with a big smile on his face, blushing at it. And and Nick gets the text message. Gets the message. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. Smiley face. And types down and says he types away. He types and he gets the message. You sure? Charlie gets the message. You sure? And Charlie, seeing that message, isn't sure how to respond to it because as he's trying to type, Nick wondering what's going to happen, what he's going to say. 5 minutes later, literally says 5 minutes later, still no message sent. And Charlie wondering what's, or Nick is wondering what's going on. And we see Charlie on this, right at the side of his bed, still wondering what to say. But as he is trying to type, well, that's when he starts typing. You can talk to me. That's when Nick starts typing messages over and over. You can talk to me about it if you can talk to me about it if you want. And he gets three more pings as they say, sounds like a pretty serious situation, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But I am your friend and I do care. Okay. So then Charlie responds alongside the okay. Might be a bit of a long story, lol. And Nick says, I don't mind. And then you see the two of them looking at their screens. See the two of them looking at their screens. I wonder who's going to be the first to type. I know, probably a no-brainer, but let's see. Oh, this is going to be a long wall of text here. I usually don't like long walls of text, but this is a story and we got to read it. Let's do this. Well, it all started last November. You guys can. I'm gonna try to put my finger at it below it. Everyone at school had found out I was gay by then. The bullying had mostly stopped, I guess, and people had started to be nice to me. There was a group of older guys who stopped the bullies, but everyone in the school knew I was gay. So I was practicing my drums one morning before class in a practice room, and I looked up and see Ben looking in through the door window. He walks in and starts telling me how good I am at playing the drums, and I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? Because I've never spoken to him before in my life, but also kind of freaking out because I thought he was really attractive. Eventually, he comes in and sits next to me and starts talking to me about me coming out at school and like how brave I am and stuff. Even though it's not like I came out myself or anything, it just got out because I told a couple of people. And then the next thing I know, he's just kissing me. And yeah, we just continue to meet up sometimes at school before class and like I was so excited about it. I thought I had a boyfriend or like I was having some big romance. But I slowly started to realize he was just using me for someone to make out with because I was the only gay boy he knew. And then in January, I found out he had a girlfriend as well. Some girl from his school. I don't know if he's bisexual or gay or whatever, but it doesn't really change anything. He was just using me. I tried to end it, but he just kept pestering me. I thought I'd meet up with him one last time to tell him to leave me alone, but yeah, that didn't go well, I guess. Haha. He says haha, but you know how he's really feeling deep down inside. Nick, after after reading all of those after all of those messages, says, "Fuck, I hate Ben so much. I knew he was a dick, but Jesus, please don't ever talk to him again. I definitely won't. I will kick his ass if he tries to come near you." Charlie, so happy and blushing at that, says, "Thank you for being there. Generally, or in the music building?" Well, both. Nick says, "Not a problem." Smiling emoji, heart emoji. Charlie, blushing so profusely, says, at first he says, "I love talking to you. I'm so glad we're friends." That he deletes all of that. It just leaves a heart. And they both are looking like, and they both look around, they both look wondering what's gonna happen next. It's almost like they both are like, I can't believe I sent that to him. Like they both literally looking at their phone and like Charlie's looking at his phone and Nick is looking away from the computer, literally looking like, I can't believe I just sent that. What is wrong with me? So we're gonna see how this goes for both of them later. It's another day and more leaves are flying. Charlie says. Charlie says to himself, "Should I have told him all that?" And he looks. I'm guessing he's looking out the window, but for some reason it makes him look like he's looking at the wall. Probably is, but he says maybe he felt awkward. Maybe he won't want to be friends anymore. And he feels someone touch his head. Charlie, thinking it's Nick, turns around and says, "Hey!" But take a while, guess who it probably is. "Hey," says Nick. Some more leaves some more leaves blow in the wind. Charlie, what the fuck is going on? What? Nick Nelson? Says Taozu. In case you forgot, that's Charlie's friend. I thought you didn't have a crush on him. This is PE class. Please don't say it so loud. You've been all over him for like a month. He, Charlie has blush on his face. Texting? You're starting eating lunch together? And don't even get me started on rugby. Nope, not so fast. Nick! We're going this way. Nope. Oh my god, put me down. Yep, that's all that's going on in that scene right there. Yeah, Nick is definitely hitting on this boy right now, for sure. If it wasn't pretty obvious, yeah, he definitely is. Okay, let's go. Smiley face. Charlie! I'm not being funny, but like, he's straight. Just look at him. He's as straight as they come. I know. You're just causing yourself pain. I know! Tao and Charlie, stop chattering and start kicking that ball. But sir, it's freezing. And take that bloody hat off. This is it. This is England, not Antarctica. Deal with it. Oh, he says those lines first, then he says it's freezing, then he says, well, this is it. This is England, not Antarctica. Deal with it. Charlie, you need to give up on him. I can't. Yeah, it took me like 3 hours to bake it all, but my man loves cheesecake, so wait, I think I got a picture of it. That's just my dog. This is March. Now we're entering March. Wait, you have a dog? Yeah, her name's Nellie. She's pretty old, but I love her. Look at that dog. Look at that dog. Look at that dog. Anybody who tells me that dog's not cute, you're lying. I wish I had a dog. My parents don't like animals. You should come to my house and meet her. Seriously? Yeah. Are you free Saturday? I think so. Hmm? As he looks, then Nick just scribbles something. Charlie looks in wonderment. Looks like he's looking at him and wondering what he's saying. As we as he writes down his address. He writes down his address. Yep, he even says here, my address, Nick, 34 River Crescent, da 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 da. Well, that's only a 10-minute walk from my house. Is it? Yeah, I live on Britannia Road. Saturday then? Okay. Did you two swap seats? The teacher just coming out at the very end. Did you two swap seats? Why are you guys sitting in the other seat for? What the heck? But as more leaves blow, it has now become Saturday. And Charlie is dressing himself to look all nice. Look at that. He's looking at himself to be looking all nice for this Saturday event. For this Saturday. What are you doing? Let me see here. This is Victoria Spring, Charlie's older sister. Do you think it's too short? You've had it cut that short before? I know, but did it look better long? It looks the same, to be honest. It's the same, to be honest. Are you going out? Yeah, to a friend's. Tao? No. His name's Nick. And here she is smiling. She knows what's up. But as he says, what? She just stares at him. And then turns around and says, have fun. And he's left confused. It's one of those cases where it seems like she knows exactly what's going on here. Like she thinks she knows what's going on here. But he's like, I don't know what you're thinking, but okay then. But now we're out in the open skies. This is a picture of the sky with a roof. And he is walking up on the sidewalk. Still walking. Then he looks ahead. And there he is right there. Still walking. I don't know if that's the house. But as he looks, he starts blushing profusely. There should be a drinking challenge of how many times this boy is going to be blushing this whole time. He walks up to the door. Rings the bordel. The bordel. What? The bordel. What the hell is a bordel? He walks up to ring the doorbell. There we go. Yeah, terrible doorbell sound, but whatever. We're moving on. Nick, almost on instinct, just opens the door. Hey! Charlie weakly. Hey! Charlie is so adorable in this one, I'm telling you. He is definitely he is definitely like Nick is the masculine. He is like Nick is the masculine man in this group. Charlie is slowly but surely in my book being like the feminine male in this story because he is blushing profusely. Compared to Nick. He is blushing more profusely. He is more nervous around him. Almost to the point to where it's very obvious he has a crush on this boy at this point. That's just my thought on it. That's the way I'm seeing what I'm looking at right now. And then he hears, poof! This is Nellie. Borps again. And Charlie just loves the dog instantly. And almost like dude, literally, that's what it literally says, in love. I'm being serious when I said that. He is instantly in love with his dog. I meant it when I said that. It really says in love as he's looking at the dog. Hi, Nellie, says Charlie all excited as Nellie sniffs him. In case you guys are wondering, dogs have a tendency to sniff people that they have never seen before. I guess like their sort of sixth sense to determine if somebody is nice or not. Because I swear, dogs seem to have a thing where they tend to know whether a person is a good person or not. If they're a good person, they leave the person alone, but if they're an asshole, they want to bark, like, depending on how much of an asshole that person is, they'll bark at the motherfucker. They really will. But there's Nick looking down at Charlie as Charlie says, "You're so adorable." And now Nick is starting to blush. But Nick notices something. Did you? Charlie looks up at him, wondering what he's about to ask. Did you get a haircut? He says, hold it. I don't know what we would call that kind of action, but he is touching Charlie's hair, the part of his cheek. As he's brushing Charlie's hair, Charlie is very flustered. And he says, "Is it bad?" And Nick, wondering if he may have said the wrong thing, because I'm guessing that's my assumption there. No. You look, great. Okay, come. And then he just, okay, come in and Nelly will think we're going for a walk. And Charlie says, okay. That was probably the most awkward conversation. That's probably the most awkward opening conversation between the two of them. Seriously. It's so cold. I heard it's going to snow. Oh my god, snow? So, this is my house. And he takes Charlie's coat, and Charlie meets Nick's. I'm going to still assume that is Nick's mother right there. I'm still going to assume that's Nick's mother. And now they go into his room. And Charlie very much likes something right here. If I had to guess, it's not about the decorations up here. If I have to guess. Because what else in that room besides those decorations do you find attractive enough to think would be good to talk about? And then there's Nick talking about his dog. And then there's Nellie licking Charlie's nose as he laughs. Some more leaves blow on the outside. apparently they were playing a game or something. Because Nick is like, why are you so good at this? And Charlie says, I have a 6-year-old brother. Mario Kart is my life. Hell yeah! Love Mario Kart. Out of curiosity, if anybody wants to answer the question, this is a bit of a question to anybody that's played Mario Kart. Which one is your on-topic question? What is your favorite Mario Kart game? Super Circuit, or Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart 64, Mario Kart Super Circuit, Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Kart DS, Mario Kart, let's see here, hold on a second. Uh, what else? Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is kind of basically Mario Kart 8, but also has added bonus content and, you know, the whole booster course pass that came out that was going all the rage up until the end of last year. But like I said, which Mario Kart game is your personal favorite? If you have played any Mario Kart, and if you haven't played all the Mario Karts, that's not the question I'm asking. So I'll say, out of all the Mario Karts you have played, which one is your favorite? And if you want to say which ones you haven't played yet, for me, it would honestly just be Double Dash. I've never played Double Dash yet before, but I have seen gameplay. I have seen videos of it. Yeah, I'm just curious to see what you guys think. And you're just good at everything, you nerd. And you're gonna be good at real sports. I'm gonna be good at fake ones. Yeah, Nick is good at the real sports. Charlie's good at the video game sports. I am so not good at everything. You so are. Let's see, you're good at video games, sports, math, essays, making friends, playing the drum. Shh. But then Charlie notices something out the window, and Nick's wondering what he's looking at. Nick and Charlie, mesmerized by this, says, it's snowing. And then they both look out the window. And yes, it is snowing. You can kind of see the white. You can almost see the white spots if you look good enough there. And then they both look at each other. You know what they're about to do. So then, so Nick, excuse me, Nick gives Charlie a coat, but Charlie starts to laugh or Nick starts to laugh because the coat Charlie got is too big for him. And he's gonna be like, okay. He's gonna like, I don't know how you would describe that face, but that's what he looks like. And then they go outside. And then they start a walking with the doggo. They start walking with the doggo. Look at that. And at one point, Nick sticks out his tongue. You know what he's doing it for. Shut up. And so then they go out some more, and they start snowball fighting. And then Nick, being with the most trolliest face you'll ever see, stuffs some snow on the inside of Charlie's coat. And then Charlie does snow angels with Nelly right there beside him. And there's Nick taking a picture of Charlie doing that snow angel. And then as the scene quietly fades, I guess we could say in this situation, the snow continues to fall. Once inside from the cold snow, because somebody had to give this man a handful of snow into his coat, Charlie says, "I'm freezing. You should have worn something waterproof. I don't have anything. I'm not outdoors. I'm not out. I don't have anything. I'm not outdoorsy like you. I hope you don't catch a cold. it'll be worth it." And then Nick, thinking of something, then has a smile on his face as he turns around and he says, "Wait there." He leaves the room and he comes back with a blanket. I'm gonna assume it's a blanket. And he puts it around Charlie and says, "There." And Charlie, blushing again, says, "Oh, thanks." And Nick, "I don't have any joggers to give you. I think they'd all be too big. You should probably go and sit on a radiator for a bit." Yeah, I'll just show you guys that picture just in case you guys missed it. Oh, missing a page. Oh, I skipped one. "You really have to go home?" Later in the day. "Yeah, my dad said I had to be home for dinner." And so Charlie puts his shoes on, and Nick, holding Nellie, says, "Well, Nellie will miss you." "I'll miss Nellie too," says Charlie. "And thanks for the hoodie. I'll give it to you on Monday." "No prob. Don't slip and die out there on the ice." "No, try not to," says Charlie as he walks away. And Nick watches on with a smile on his face. Later that night, as he gets a drink of is either coffee or cocoa. And his mother talks to him, tells him, Charlie seems like a Charlie seems like a lovely boy. When did you meet him?" "A couple of months ago. He's in one of my classes." I'm gonna have a hard time reading this one. "From your other friends, isn't he? You seem much more like yourself around him." "Do I?" "You do," says his mother. And Charlie looks away, blushing a little bit, wondering how to think about that. Later that night, Charlie looks at his photos, looks at a couple of pictures that he took from the day that earlier that day. From Nellie giving some licks to Charlie, with his head cut all soaking wet, and there's Nick smiling with a little blush on his face, and there he is thinking, right there in that picture, as more snow falls. And the next thing we have Charlie with his back to us. I wonder what's going on in his mind, I wonder. Charlie looks in the mirror, and he holds this, and he holds and he holds the sweatshirt up close to him. His sister walks in on him. Don't they ever fucking knock? And says, "Are you okay?" Nick looks at her and looks away. Then he says, "I fell for a straight boy." And his sister looks at him all confused, all concerned, as the leaves now start to fall again. We're going from snow to leaves. It's crazy. And he hugs his sister. And all is quiet again, with the leaves a blowing. The next Saturday, there's a knock on the door. This time it's Charlie opening the door. Hey! Hey! Says Nick in response. And as the next scene, we see Nick or Charlie playing on his drum. We see Nick trying to play on the drums. As he says, Charlie jokingly says, "You're terrible. I'm trying my best," said Nick. "Here, scoot over. Let me help," says Charlie. And as they bump shoulders, and Charlie puts his hands onto Nick's. Nick starts blushing, and Charlie says, "Look, like this." And now Charlie is teaching Nick how to do the drums properly. And as you can see, Nick's starting to having that face on him. And Charlie, after all is said and done, says, "There, you're a pro now." Then he looks at him, but then he looks at Charlie with a different face. As Charlie looks like that, looks like that gives this look to him. And then Charlie puts his hand off of Nick's. But then Charlie says, because of that, yeah, well, that's probably cheating. But Nick still looks at him. But then some more leaves are blowing. Charlie. Yeah? Are we done? Are we done yet? Homework is boring. Homework is boring. I still got 3 more questions and Nick just snatches the book up right away from him. And now we're going to have some crazy things going on here. Not too crazy, by the way, but crazy enough. Hey, give that back! No way, nerd! No, unfair! No, you don't! Wait! Ah! Oof. Then he grabs him. Basically, this is all that's going down that we've seen before we go to the next page. This is what we're seeing here, and that's the last set of pictures. Next thing you know, this is the next thing that you see them on. This is the next picture right there. Why are you so strong? I'm not strong. You're just so small. I'm not strong, you're just small. It's your fault for being a rugby lad. Excuse me? A rugby lad? Yeah. Oh, really? Well, why don't we just pop out for a cheeky Nando's then, mate? Anyway, lads. Yeah, so So now Nick is poking Charlie right in the face over and over again. What? It's just banter, isn't it, mate? Isn't it, bruv? And Charlie says, okay, okay, stop, you win. Nick looks at him with that look on his face, as that's Charlie's next expression, just blushing profusely, laughing as he does so. Oh yeah, it should also be duly noted. Look at the hand. Look at the hands. Yeah, that's also going on too. So as they let go of hands, Lip rolls off of him, and he says, "Mario Kart." And now here they go at it, playing the game again. And then after they were done playing, they go in the kitchen, I'm guessing, with some drinks, and they talk. Charlie, we're home, says his mother, as his sister hears some commotion going on in the other room. Their dad is confused, and the youngest of the siblings was like, "Whoa!" So now here we go with Lip being introduced to the family. I'm going to assume the younger sibling is either saying, "Wow, you're so tall," or "You're tall. You're taller than Charlie," or something. Because then he looks right back at Charlie, and Charlie looks at him like that again. And then some more leaves go blowing in the wind. Later that night, it's 10:17 p.m. There's some pizza, Domino's pizza to be exact, as you can tell from the domino there. And Nick and Charlie are watching TV. There you go, there's that. The characters on the TV are saying something, but they don't. But then, as Charlie looks at the TV screen, he hears sleeping sounds coming right next to him. So he takes a look, and it's Charlie. But as Nick is looking at Charlie as he sleeps, he moves his hand. As he looks down, he starts to put his hands on Charlie's. But he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he moves his hand away. And he looks right at Charlie some more. But then he looks at the TV screen, and that is what he sees. And as Lip looks at the TV, Charlie starts to open his eyes. As Charlie wakes up, he says, "Did I fall asleep?" "Yep, you missed the end of the movie." "Hello, Amelia, how you doing tonight?" He said, but anyway, like I said, "Yep, you missed the end of the movie," Nick says with a smile on his face. "And I kinda need to go home," Nick says as well. And Charlie looks at him with a sad look on his face and says, "Oh, sad face. I'm doing great. Good to hear. Great. Good to hear that." So Nick gets his coat on. But Charlie, still wrapped up in his blanket, says, "I wish you didn't have to go. I wish I didn't either," says Nick. "You look so cuddly like that." "Do I?" "Yeah." And then he suddenly gives Nick a nice big hug. So Nick caught completely by surprise at first, then accepts the hug, and as the two they still hug each other. But Nick says, "Oh, okay, see you on Monday." And Charlie says, "Bye, bye," still embarrassed. The door slams, and he stares at the door. But in comes his sister, just looking right at the door alongside him. Just suddenly appears like that. And then she says, "I don't think he's straight." She just looks right at. I just like how, at the very end, not only does she look sideways at him, but he gives like a sideways look. He looks at her like that. That's probably one of the funniest panels in the whole book, I'm telling you. And I think we're about halfway through this book, so then we can be reading this novella as well. It is a novella, it even says it's a novella. That's what we're doing tonight. That's how I'm spending my Valentine's Day right now. Now we're fading to another scene as Nick is walking outside as the leaves continue to blow in the wind. But then he stops. And he wonders, what is happening to me? He goes in the house and shuts the door. "Nicky, did you have a good day?" "Yep." "You okay?" "Yep, fine." But he goes right up to his room, leaving his mother and wondering what could have happened. He sits down on his bed with a worried look with a look on his face, but I'm not sure how I could describe it. But then he has an idea. He gets his laptop, grabs his PJs, puts on his PJs, pulls out his beanbag chair, sets it in a way where he can sit on it, and then he looks at the screen on the search bar. Let me get this straight. Really? Because that actually is a Google reference. And it says search and I'm feeling lucky. What other website do you know of that has I'm feeling lucky on it on their website? I don't know. Google's the only one for me that I know of. My fingers are starting to hurt. But now Nick, wondering what to type, clenches his fist. And with a look on his face, starts tapping. "Am I gay?" And he taps enter. And he sees all different kinds of search of links on Google. One from quizrocket.com, one from gaytest.com, one from allthetest.com, one from propprofs.com, And as a bit of a nod to this website, one from BuzzFeed.com. But he taps the enter button and he types something else. And he types away. And the next thing he says, how to tell if you're gay. And he's tapping away. And he just keeps on reading, 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 reading. Going to the point where and he still looks at his phone and he looks at this picture. And then he taps some more on his computer and says, I like girls. He looks at it. He looks at the enter key, wondering whether to enter it or not, whether to search it up or not. Instead, he chooses to shut the computer, rolls on his side, and tries to fall asleep, wondering what is going on with him. And as the night comes to an end, he says, help me. We are now in April, 2 weeks later, as we see a shot of somebody sitting down on a bench. It's in the middle of the game. As True versus visitors, with the visitors up by 4 points. With so much communication going on in the game. Nick looks over to Charlie, who is, as they say, is a reserve. Basically, he's there just in case something happens to one of the other players. If something happens to a player, like if they get injured, or something just happens to them and they need to sit out for some point of that game, then he would step in and take over for that player until that player is okay, and then he would still be a reserve. But Charlie is typing to someone else. He's typing to his friend. Hey, Tao. So, about Nick Nelson. What? Has something happened? Well, I think he maybe might like me back. Explain! Over the past 2 weekends, let me see if you guys can see that. Over the past 2 weeks during the Easter holidays, we've hung out like almost every day. He's a lot more, I don't know, physical. We hug now. Sometimes I just catch him looking. I catch him looking at me. And this is all that he's talking about here, in case anybody didn't quite see that picture right there. That whole thing going on. But then Tao responds back, look, Charlie, I don't want to say anything, but I've asked about it and I've heard Nick had a crush on a girl called Tara Jones from his school for like 3 years or something. Charlie looks up at the scoreboard. He sees the score, 39-36. The home team won. Charlie! Yells Nick. We won! Charlie looks up looks in surprise as he sees as Charlie looks up, starts to stand up. Yeah, right here. Stands up, and someone's starting to hug the other. I don't think you need to guess who. Nick starts hugging Charlie. And they are, as Nick holds Charlie up on off the ground, hugging him. Charlie says, "Ah!" And Nick says, "Ha ha!" And the two of them are just basically celebrating that victory. But as the rest of the team joins in on the celebration, Charlie remembers the text that Tal sent him. He's not feeling so happy anymore. As a matter of fact, that's the next look that he gives this man. Nick then looks up at Charlie, who has this look on his face. And Nick starts to blush. Not sure how he's feeling again. It's another case of he doesn't know how to feel about anything. 30 minutes later, three members of the team, Christian, Sai, and Otis, all look on as Charlie wipes some dirt off of Nick's face and says, excuse me, you still got mud all over you. You still got mud on you. And so Sai says, so Nick has a crush on Charlie, right? We've all been thinking it. And we see another shot of the two of them talking, but we don't quite know what they're saying. But then Christian says, they do seem really close. But Nick's not gay, is he? Well, I guess we didn't know. We don't know. He doesn't look gay, and didn't he have a crush on that girl Tara Jones? Miss Sim, the PE teacher and coach, just pops right up, and she says, what I think is the most important lesson of all. The most important lesson anybody should know in regard to this sort of thing. You can't tell whether people are gay by what they look like. And gay or straight aren't the only two options. Anyway, it's very rude to speculate about people's sexuality. I want you guys to look at that and tell me that is not a very important lesson. Oops, sorry. I want you guys to look at that. And tell me that teacher doesn't know exactly what she's saying. Because that teacher knows what she's saying. And I 100% agree on that one. And then she says, go home, lads. And then we see Nick with his arm around Charlie. And someone says, and I believe it is Sai saying, I can kind of see it, Nick and Charlie, as the leaves fall once more. Are you going to Harry Green's party? Are you going to Harry Green's party on Saturday? One says to the other. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Well, I was invited, but I don't know. There'll be like there'll be like 300 people there, right? Please come. All my other friends are dickheads, and I don't want to have to spend an entire evening with them. Sounds like you need new friends, says Charlie. Well, I have you right now, so. And Charlie blushing profusely again. If I had $1 for every time this boy was blushing profusely, I'm telling you. Like, as I said before, Nick is the masculine man, while Charlie is the feminine man in this couple. I have yet to see something tell me otherwise. Seriously. And in case you're wondering what's going on in the background, it's my TV. I don't really care if it's on or not. I'm not letting any of the music that's playing being on my TV there. So, will you come? Yeah, definitely. It'll be fun if you're there. And Nick looks at him with a smile on his face. And I find a guess they're back to talking some more with smiles on their face, with real big smiles on their faces. Although I don't know why they had to. Although I don't know why they had to paint a smiley face for Nick here, because we could see the smile on his face. I can understand Charlie, but not really Nick. Okay, I'm just being honest. But whatever, we're moving on. It's no big deal. Well, it's the night of the party, and you can hear all kinds of music being played. If I was able to play non-copyrighted hip hop music, I would. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could because it's not copyrighted. But do I really want to play music right now? Probably not. Anyway, Charlie stands on the outside, hearing all kinds of comments from the from the building, and he walks up to the door with security right there, saying, "You on the list?" Yeah. Uh, Charlie Spring. Apparently, he's on the list because he enters the party, and he starts walking up the stairs. Well, you see what looks like one or two women standing on one of the in the middle of the stairway. He looks he looks away from the mirror as he looks right into a room. And then he starts to get nervous as this is what he sees. And as he zooms in closer, that's when he starts to notice Nick. And that's when Charlie starts to smile all brightly again. And so does Nick, as the two look at each other. And then they come close and they both say, "I've been looking for you." And then they both start to laugh. I'm surprised they didn't say Jinx. Charlie says, "It's so loud in here. Do you want to get a drink?" And Charlie says, "Yeah, sure." So they walk into the bar. So they walk into the bar area. And in case you're wondering, there's a sign there that says no alcohol. So there they go talking to each other when all of a sudden, "Hey, Nick!" And Nick and Charlie look in the same direction towards somebody. Why are you hanging out in here? It's, it's, why are you hanging out in here? It's dull. I've got some important news. This is Harry Green, the birthday boy. And let's not forget we got Chris. So this is the birthday boy. That's Christian, and that's Cy. Let's just make sure you guys didn't forget. I've got some important news, said Harry. What's up, Harry? Tara Jones. Look at this guy's face as he says, Tara Jones is here. What? Remember her? Let me see if you guys can see that. Remember her? The girl you had that crush on all through year 7 and 8? The one you pissed at the year 8 Hibs and Trunum dance? Disco? Huh? Well, now's your second chance. Right, Charlie? This dude literally put Charlie on the spot saying that. What the hell? As Harry drives Ben away, he says, "That was years ago. I haven't even spoken to her since then. Come on, she's just down here." I think I picked a good voice for him. Come on, she's just down here. And then he says, "Plus, she's really hot now." And meanwhile, Ben looks right back at Charlie. But Harry says, "Hey, girls! Tara, I got someone who wants to see you." And as the three girls look at him in wonderment, I mean, like, what? You remember Nick Nelson, right? And there's the young woman in question. And Harry pushes him right toward Tara and says, "Hi. Yeah. Hi." And then all of a sudden, the two just smile at each other. Charlie, seeing all this, Charlie looks on, and as he keeps looking on, he sees the two of them talking looking like they're catching up on things. And then, but upon seeing that, Charlie decides to leave. And as he leaves, he tells to himself, "Stupid, stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm such a stupid idiot." Oof! Bumps into somebody. And he gasps as he knows who it is. It's Ben, that motherfucker. That piece of shit. Ben is right here, and he says, "Charlie?" So we're going to skip this. We're going to go back to this probably. Let's go to this conversation right here between Tara and Ben. Anyway, sorry about this. Harry sort of dragged me over here. It's fine. I know what he's like, she says. And I think he must be one of the only people who doesn't know. I'm gay. And Ben, completely surprised by this. Ben looks very surprised at this, and so she responds, "You didn't know either? That's my girlfriend right there." Ben looks to where she's to who she's pointing. So I've heard you've been hanging out with Charlie Spring a lot recently. Is that, I mean, are you just friends or? And Ben looks at her, slightly embarrassed, slightly blushing. And there he is thinking about Charlie. And he says, well, you can always talk to me about it if you need to. She says with a smile on her. She says reassuringly. But then Ben turns around and he says, where did he go? Did any of you see where Charlie went? And all three of them says, nope, no, sorry. Then Harry makes a complete ass out of himself by saying, why do you even hang out with him? We're friends. But why? We just are. But he's just some nerdy little 10-year-old. You got really popular after all that bullying shit last year, right? Do you just feel sorry for him because he's gay? No, wait! Do you think he fancies you? Oh my god, how sad! And understandably, Nick is angry at hearing this. And so he says, you know what, Harry? Fuck you! You're a pathetic, homophobic, self-obsessed dick, and I really dislike you. Harry, completely surprised by this outburst, is then told by an angry Nick, happy fucking birthday. As a friend of Tara says, I actually love him. Then Nick looks outside as he's walking, and he goes out to the balcony looking down. Then he looks in a different direction, and he stares in surprise, and he looks in surprise. As he sees Charlie sitting at a table by himself in the party. Not very happy. But then he hears the noise as it's Nick sitting down right beside him. Nick says, "Hi." And Charlie says, sorry. Your friends were kind of intimidating. Don't be sorry. They're all dickheads. I mean, he did say they were dickheads before, so I mean, we pretty much figured that out right now. I'd rather just hang out with you anyway. And there's a smile on Nick's face after he says that. And Charlie blushing afterward as well. But then, just to say something, he says, so I just ran into Ben. Nick, not taking this very well. Shit, are you okay? Yeah, I dealt with it. He tried to apologize, but And now we're fading away from the scene as Nick slowly takes his hand off of Charlie's shoulder. Going to flashback, we see Ben saying, "Look, I'm sorry, okay? Have you finished sulking about it?" Charlie says, "Leave me alone." "Oh, come on, Charlie." Grabbing his arm, Charlie looks around, grabs grabs Ben by the collar, and says very, very angrily, "Do not fucking touch me." As he has Ben pinned against the wall, silently looking at him. All it takes is just that one little thing. If people are not going to be willing to help, if people like the school faculty, like the school teachers, or if anybody is of higher power that has the ability to punish people for what Ben has done in this story to Charlie, um, if these schools, if anybody, like any people that have the power to punish somebody for doing what Ben did to Charlie, that's the best thing you could do. Very sternly tell the other person, "Do not fucking touch me." I actually seen a video by this person, goes by the username of Illymation. She is an animation YouTuber, and she talks about how somebody invaded her personal bubble in such a very disturbing manner, and she ends it by looking him dead in the eye and saying, "Don't you fucking touch me ever again." And he backs up, and the dude backs up and he says, "Oh, okay, okay." And he never bothered her ever again. First off, it should not take a person telling another person to stop fucking touching them. If anything, they should do that and then report it to management. And it's up to management, who, if they heard multiple different people saying so many different things about this guy, they should fucking tell him he's fired. But the only problem is it's a whole thing of he said, she said. And in most cases, for whatever reason, the businesses side with the man than the woman, which is not always the case, but it happens and it's bullshit. Very much bullshit. To me, if I heard multiple different women say how the same guy has been touching them or doing inappropriate things with them, I would talk to that individual and I would just say, "Well, dude, I've been hearing so many things about you. I've been hearing about it from so many different people over and over and over again. And frankly, I'm sick of it. I'm getting tired of it." I would have a very big sit down on this, man. I would probably, if he had so many people complain about him, I would ultimately fire him. He may be a good worker, but I don't want somebody that's going to make my other employees feel uncomfortable. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't, it's all, so many places would think like, well, he's a good worker, but he's doing all these different things. Well, I would rather have a place where I could have a hard worker and have somebody that would not make anybody else, feel uncomfortable. That would be my ideal workplace. And if somebody is making somebody else feel uncomfortable so many times, I would give them the pink slip, because the one thing about a business, yes, having good workers is always the most important thing. But if your coworkers are feeling, some of your employees are feeling uncomfortable around the same person, that's gonna hurt the business in the long run. That's why you'd be better off siding with the people, all the people saying things about him, over the person, over the one person. It's like, would you choose one person over many others, or would you choose the many over the one? That's a big situation there. But going back into this book, Charlie then says, then he walked off, so yeah, I think he got the message this time. And Nick looks at him so happy, so proud of him. Even going far as to say, I'm so proud. And once again, holding his hand as well. And Charlie feels it because he is blushing. Shut up, now I'm embarrassed, says Charlie, as Nick laughs at him for saying that. It's kind of noisy in here, isn't it? Yeah. Shall I go somewhere quieter again? Okay, says Charlie. Nick gets up, has Charlie by the hand, and he pulls Charlie away from the dance. So here they are, exiting the dance area. As they walk in the hallway, Charlie suddenly loosens his grip. Actually, Nick loosens his grip on Charlie, and they both blush. While Charlie says, "I'll race you," and he gets a head start saying, "To where?" Charlie says, "Anywhere." And as Nick runs after Charlie, he says, "Unfair! You're way faster than me," says this. "You're way faster than me." So now they run up the stairs, it looks like. They enter, and it looks like they're about to enter a room. They say, "I'm dying!" "It's because you're old," says Charlie. "I'm only 18 months older." "Okay, old man." They enter this room, and this is what they see. This is the very room they see right here. You guys can see it, right? Yeah, I think you guys can see it pretty well. It says, "Whoa," says Charlie. "Yeah," says Nick. Nick then says, "Jesus." Oh, sorry. Yep, that's gonna tell you. If you have the problem where this thing is gonna be like this, yeah, that tells you we're near the end of the book. Jesus, I knew Harry was rich, but this hotel must have cost a fuck ton to hire. Yeah, you should go on the TV show My Super Sweet. You should go on the TV show My Super Sweet 16. I've heard of that show and I never watched it, and I'm never going to. Before anybody asks, is that the one where they cry if their parents don't get them the car they wanted? Is that the one where they cry if the parents don't get them the car they wanted? Oh yeah, I've seen so many spoiled rich kids act all, well, I wanted this, but I wanted this, not that. What the heck? Give me a different thing. Well, you're screwed out of luck there, man. Be happy. It's the old saying goes, be happy with what you got. You don't need to have the nicest, the biggest, fanciest, and or nicest thing ever. You don't need any of that. You just need things that will make you happy. You don't need the nicest things to make you happy. You don't need the brand newest thing to make you happy. Because there are some things, like with the old things, that could still make a person happy. It's true. Yep, he'd yep, he'd fit right in. And as the two and as Nick sits down, Charlie joins sits right next to him. And Nick exhales while Charlie looks right at him. And Charlie, with a playful smile on his face, says, "Do you like that girl?" Look at that face is the most trolliest face he's had thus far. I've seen thus far. There's like two troll faces I've seen there. And Nick looks right at him and says, "No, definitely not. We kissed at a party when we were like 13, and I liked her at the time, but I honestly barely thought about her since then. I definitely don't like her that way anymore." And Charlie looks down and says, "Ah, okay." And Nick looks right at him, smiling. But Charlie puts his hand in his hair and says, Um, so you don't have a crush on anyone at the moment?" He looks right at him, saying that. Nick, catching on to what he's talking about, says, "Well, I didn't say that." And Charlie then looks surprised, and then he says, as he looks down, "What's she like? What's she like then?" Nick looks right at him, and then he says, "You're just going to assume they're a she?" And Charlie, looking very surprised at him saying that. And Charlie looks at him and says, "Are they not a girl?" And they both are looking at each other now, blushing. And then Nick breaks the ice and says, uh, and now it's Nick's turn to blush profusely as he shrugs. And now Nick, and not Nick, Charlie moves his hand closer to Nick's and he says, "Would you go out with someone who wasn't a girl?" And now Nick, completely flustered, says, "I don't know. Maybe?" And Charlie, shocked again, says, "Would you?" As he moves his foot closer to his. Oh, we're getting into it. We're getting to the big moment here. Oh, dude, we're getting to the big moment. I don't even need to look at the next page to know what we're about to get into. Kiss someone who wasn't a girl? Nick, still blushing, says, "I don't know." And if you notice, they're kind of getting close. And then we see a scene of flowers as the two of them start getting closer. Their hands touch. Shots of the window as Charlie says, "Would you kiss me?" With a blushing profusely himself. I want to do my best to do this without showing the other page, because now it's going to get serious. Probably could have done this before, but I didn't want to risk it. Nick looks him right in the eyes. You can see the flowers in the background. As he says, yeah. So as their hands are touching, they get closer and closer. And then they kiss. Then a long shot of them kissing. And then a shot of Charlie holding his arm, holding Nick's arm. And a shot of them kissing some more. And one last shot of kissing before they finally break away. And then they blush the most profusely they had before. Then they look away from each other, completely blushing profusely some more. But then Charlie decides to look down and notices they're still holding hands. And Nick looks down and sees it as well. Nick then turns directly toward, Charlie turns directly to, looks to Nick, as Nick looks at Charlie. And Charlie now, moving away from the arms, grabs Nick by the face. Nick, knowing what's probably about to happen, actually happens. Charlie is returning the very kiss that Nick gave him. And he accepts the kiss. And as they kiss, Nick opens his eyes. And we look at the shot of flowers as it slowly fades away. I am very much looking forward to anybody that has a problem with what I just shown. Once they're done kissing, they lock eyes with each other. And Charlie says, "You okay?" And there's a shot of the flowers behind Nick. And as they hold each other, Nick says, Suddenly they're interrupted. "Nick, are you up here?" And they both look at the doorway after hearing that holler. "Nick, I know you're up here somewhere." Nick looks embarrassed. "Harry wants to talk to you." So Nick stands up, and Charlie looks up at him. Nick, looking at the doors, hears, "Come on, Nick! Why are you hiding?" Nick looks down at Charlie. He looks right up at him. Nick then says, I've got to. And he walks out, shuts the door behind him. And Charlie stares directly at the door with this look. He then gets up. He then tries to get up, stands on his 2 feet. And as he's still looking blankly, he then puts his hand to his face and says, "I'm sorry." Then he sits back down in the room, hands right to his face. "I'm sorry." Shot of the night sky, and I'm sorry. And that is the end of this book. So I don't know when the next part of this book is coming out. But if you guys like hearing the reading of this story, because I'm still going to be reading this book, let me know, and I'll consider buying this upcoming book of this comic whenever it comes out. But now for a sneak peek. Heartstopper will continue. We see a shot of the rain. As we see Nick in the rain. Hi. And Charlie looking at him. "Nick, turn the page for a sneak peek." Later that night, we see Charlie in his bed, sniffing after crying tears. We see a flashback. "Hi, Dad. Could you come and pick me up early?" "Fine. Did something happen?" "No. I just didn't have anyone to hang out with. I thought your friend Nick was there. He stayed with his year 11 friends." And he's and he grabs his teddy bear tightly, still crying about what happened. And he squeezes his teddy bear as he sniffs once again as more leaves fall. And now we're going to Nick, who lies on his bed, exactly like that. Now it's his flashback as his friends. "Nick, are you even listening to me? I have to go. What the fuck? Charlie?" See, there's an empty room. Now going back into his room, he sits back up on his bed, looks down, realizes he most likely has messed up, and he says, "Fuck." He turns on his phone and starts tapping messages. He says, Hey Charlie, I'm so sorry for running off on and leaving you. It wasn't your fault. I was just. But then he deletes it and then he says, Charlie, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just. I'm just so confused right now. But. And that's the end of the preview. They do tell us. They do have us some things here. So we have Charlie Spring. Nick's friend, school year, who are you? Nick's friend, school year 10, age 14, birthday April 27th. Name, Nicholas Nick Nelson. Who are you? Charlie's friend, school year 11, age 16, birthday September 4th. Name, Tao Zhu. Who are you? Charlie's friend. School year 10. Age 15. Birthday September 23rd. Let's see. Name, Victoria Tori Spring. Who are you? Charlie's sister. School year 11. Age 15. Birthday April 5th. Who are you? Tora Jones. Who are you? Name, Tora Jones. Who are you? Nick's friend. School year 11. Age 15. Birthday July 3rd. Name, Harry Green. Who are you? Nick's classmate. School year 11. Age 16. Birthday April 17th. Name, Benjamin Hope. Who are you? Charlie's ex. School year 11. Age 16. Birthday December 1st. Name, Nellie Nelson. Who are you? Nick's dog. School year not applicable. Age 65 in dog years. Birthday unknown. So now we're having two separate journal entries on the same day, March 20th. I'm not going to show them, but I will read them. Let me go ahead actually and lower this down a little bit so you guys can see more of that, see more of me. So we're going to start off first with Nick. He says, Saturday, March 20th. Hung out with Charlie all day. He came over and we went out in the snow with Nellie, which was so much fun. Really like hanging out with Charlie, like way more than my other friends. I feel like I can actually just relax and be myself around him, and we still have such a good time and joke around. I swear I can't stop smiling when we're hanging out. I know it's weird, but I honestly don't think I've ever liked a friend this much before. I sort of dread seeing my other friends, like they're kind of annoying and being around them is stressful. But when I'm with Charlie, I don't want the day to end. And he has a picture of Charlie right here, actually. I'll show that. Look. Look, he's got a picture of Charlie. Really nice picture of Charlie, if I do say so myself. But here's what Charlie said. So today was amazing. Nick invited me to his house to meet his dog Nellie, and I ended up hanging out there all afternoon. It started snowing, so we went out into the field behind his house with Nellie, and we just mucked about in the snow for ages. It was so much fun, but God, my heart can't deal with being around him for that long. There was this one moment when I came outside and I was really... So he wrapped me in a blanket, and I swear I nearly melted on the spot. Then he says, if I just maybe scribbled both out. Sometimes I get the impression he might like me back, but I don't know, maybe he's just really friendly. Why did I have to fall for a straight boy? Sad face. Author's note. Nick and Charlie have been in my heart for a very long time. As many of you know, they both first appeared in my debut young adult novel, Solitaire. Charlie is the younger brother of the narrator, Tori, and Nick is his doting, protective boyfriend. Neither of them are particularly major characters, but in the novel, aged 15 and 17 respectively, they are in a firm, loving, supportive relationship. That's where my desire to tell their story began. How did they get to this point, and where will they go from here? In my last year of school, I filled an entire sketchbook with my first attempt at telling the backstory of Nick and Charlie. Then I started again, my art slightly better, and filled another sketchbook with a second attempt at the comic. I remember spending hours at a time just sitting and drawing in bed, not even listening to music in the background, completely lost and in love with the story of Nick and Charlie. It brought me peace in a way not even writing my novels could. In 2016, aged 21 and my art greatly improved, I launched Heartstopper. It started small, but slowly its audience grew and grew. At the time of editing this author's note, Heartstopper has almost 90,000 followers across Tumblr and Tapas. People come to the story for all sorts of reasons. For the realistic romance, for the LGBT plus representation, for the art, for the drama. But I think most of all, people have been drawn to Heartstopper because it brings them comfort. It brings me that too. Alice. And there's even a picture of an old comic that she did of the two of them in 2013. Acknowledgements. Love and thanks to my Patreon patrons, Kickstarter supporters, and all readers of Heartstopper over the past couple of years. This book wouldn't have been possible without you. A huge thanks also to my agent Claire Wilson and to the teams at Hatchet in the UK and Scholastic in the US. Thank you for showing Heartstopper so much love. You know a book is probably gonna be in schools when you got Scholastic supporting them. Well, unless you're in a school with parents who are who are assholes about this sort of thing, by the way. Finally, a special shout out to those amazing people who gave a little more to the Kickstarter. And then it gives a number of lit names and says, see you next time. Alice Oseman was born in 1994 in Kent, England, and is a full-time writer and illustrator. She can usually be found staring aimlessly at computer screens, questioning the meaninglessness of existence, or doing anything and everything to avoid getting an office job. As well as writing an illustrated Heartstopper, Alice is the author of 3 young adult novels, Solitaire, Radio Silence, and I Was Born for This. To find out more about Alice's work, visit her online, aliceosman.com, twitter.com/aliceosman, instagram.com/aliceosman. And then the very last thing we see is a picture of the two of them with Nellie the dog. And that was that book. Before we begin with this book, I want to show you guys a little something real quick. One of those 3 books that was being talked about. Let me see if I can find it. I have, because I know I have it somewhere. Find it here. Yeah, I know I got the book somewhere. Let me see it. Oh, it's actually right here. It was actually right over here. Yeah. Yeah, I got the very book they were talking about here. I never actually read it before, though. Yeah, I might read this book at a later point. Hell, I might read it soon. I'll have to wait and see. What time is it anyway? I just wanted to see what time it was. But now, we're not reading this book right now because then we'd be here all night and I ain't got the time for that. So instead, we're going to read this book. This is the second book, Nick and Charlie, a Heartstopper novella. Yeah, this was released. This was actually released last year. So let's just go ahead and get right straight into it. Part one. Let's see, how many pages is this going to be? Because they got it kind of spaced out pretty evenly. Alright. So now we're going to get started. Alright. How many pages are in this book now, real quick? I meant to see that, but I didn't quite see it. So it's about 153 pages, but like I said, the words are spread out pretty well. I don't know how long it'd take me to read this, though, but we'll go ahead and read it. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just take this cover down, so that way it's a lot more... I'm not going to lie. Actually, how the hardcover book has this on it. It's got really chiseled on it, kind of. I actually like that. It's really cool. But, without further ado, let's begin. Charlie. So this is going to be me reading Nick and Charlie, a Heartstopper novella. We're going to start right now. Officially right now. Charlie. As head boy of Truham's Grammar School, I've done many things. I got drunk on the wine at parents' evening. I've been photographed with the mayor 3 times. I once accidentally made a year 7 cry. But none of that was quite as bad as having to stop everything in year 13 from enjoying their final day of school, which is what our head teacher, Mr. Shannon, is trying to make me do right now. It's probably worth mentioning that my boyfriend of 2 years, Nick Nelson, is one of those year 13s. You don't mind, do you? Mr. Shannon leans on the common room table where I'm supposed to be, revising for my exams, but am actually watching Mac DeMarco concerts on my phone. It's all got a bit out of hand, and I think they'd be more likely to listen to you than me, if you see what I mean. I shoot a look at my friend Tao Zhu, who's sitting next to me eating a pack of Galaxy Minstrels. He raises his eyebrows at me as if to say, "Sucks to be you." I don't really want to say yes. Year 13's final day of school is High School Musical themed. They've hung a giant East High sign over the Truham at the school gate. They've been playing the soundtrack on classroom computers, so wherever you are in the school, you can hear a high school musical song playing from somewhere, but you're never quite sure where. They participated in a what time flash mob on the football field at break time, and they have all turned up to school either in red basketball outfits or cheerleader outfits. Disappointingly, Nick went for basketballer. To top it all off on a non-HSM related note, they built a fort out of cardboard boxes on the tennis courts and are having a barbecue inside it. "I just want them to put the barbecue out," said Shannon, obviously detecting how reluctant I am to walk into a box full of 150 people older than me and tell them to stop having fun. You know, health and safety stuff. If someone gets burnt, I'll be the one dealing with angry parents. He chuckles. Mr. Shannon has come to trust me completely over the several months I've been head boy. This is hilarious because I rarely do anything he tells me to do. Keep the teachers on your side and the students on your side. Don't make enemies or too many friends. That's my advice for getting through school. Yeah, sure, no problem, I say. You're an absolute lifesaver. He points a finger at me as he walks away. Don't revise too hard. Cal looks at me, still shoving chocolate into his mouth. You're not actually going to go confront the year 13s, are you? I laugh. Nah, I'll just go see what they're up to and tell them to watch out for Shannon. My other friend, Alan Last, looks up to me from the opposite side of the table. He's been color-coding his maths revision notes for the past hour. Can you bring me back a burger? I stand up from my chair and put my blazer on. If there's any left. The year 12s have already left for study leave, and the only reason I'm here is Tal and Alan thought the same. None of us really wanted to be here, though. It's the hottest day we've had this year, and I just sort of want to lie down somewhere with an ice pack on my head. Nick and I have plans for this weekend. He's finally free from school, and I'm taking the weekend off revision. It's Thursday today. I'm staying over at his tonight. Tomorrow night we're going to Harry's party for everyone in 6th form. Saturday we're going to the beach. Sunday we're going to London. Not that we don't spend every weekend together anyway. Not that we don't see each other every single day. If you told me 3 years ago I'd be in a 2-year-long relationship by the time I was 17, I would have laughed in your face. Charlie Spring! As I walk through the box Ford entrance underneath the banner that says, Wildcats, Harry Green approaches me, arms outstretched. He is wearing a 12-year-old's High School Musical cheerleader costume and is exposing a lot more thigh than is probably appropriate for school. I do not want that I don't want that pictured in my head. Get that out of here. Because really, I really don't want to picture a man in the kind of cheerleader. Because I have seen High School Musical, and I don't want to picture this man in a fucking cheerleader outfit when I've seen what his character looks like in the comic that I literally just read. I really don't want to. Ay, ay, ay. The fort is huge. They've taken over two tennis courts. Along with the hilarious amount of cardboard, they've also stolen at least 10 tables from various classrooms and have a fully functioning barbecue set up in between the two courts. A couple of people are handing out burgers and buns. Vampire Weekend is playing from a wireless speaker in a corner. Most, if not all, of Year 13 are here. It's a huge year group compared to the rest of the school. A lot of the Higgs girls from that year group moved to Truham after there was a big fire at Higgs and a few buildings burned down. Long story. Harry puts his hand on his hips and grins up at me. Thoughts? Harry Green, a fairly short guy with very tall hair, is probably the most notorious individual in the entire school, partly due to how many parties he throws and partly due to the fact that he never ever shuts up. I raise my eyebrows. About the fort or about your thighs? Both, mate. Both are great, I say deadpan. Good job. Keep it up. Harry steps to one side and lunges. I knew this skirt was a good decision. I should do this more often. Definitely. Harry used to be a pretty nasty person. Just one of the many older boys who gave me shit when I was younger, and the only out kid in school. But over the years, thankfully, he's gotten over himself and realized that being homophobic isn't cool. Not that I've forgotten him, though. Nick and I still think he's a massive knob. Still in a lunging position, he asks, Did Shannon send you? Have you come to shut down our fun? Technically, yes. Are you going to? Obviously not. Harry nods. You're gonna go far, mate. You're gonna go far. Nick is usually very easy to spot in a crowd, but today almost everyone is wearing red. There are a few people who clearly couldn't be bothered. One being my sister, Tori, who's in her black Trilum uniform, sitting on the blue asphalt in the corner talking to her friend Rita. But apart from her and a couple of others, everyone blurs into one giant mass of red. It's over there. I point back at Harry and he's pointing towards the far left corner, grinning at me. And here's a picture. They're going to show us some pictures here, and this is the first of many pictures we're going to see here. Then he starts walking towards the corner, humming, "We're all in this together." And I follow him. Again, I've watched High School Musical back when it was new, okay? I can't help it. Some of them songs are catchy. I can't help it. Shut up. Nick, mate! Harry shouts over the crowds of year 13s, all holding food in red plastic cups and taking photos of each other. And there he is. He turns round from a small group of people, a slightly dazed expression on his face. I've known Nick Nelson since I was 14. He likes rugby and Formula One, animals, especially dogs, the Marvel Universe, the sound felt tips made on paper, rain, drawing on shoes, Disneyland, and minimalism. He also likes me. His hair is dark blonde and his eyes are brown and he is 2 inches taller than me, if you care about that sort of thing. I think he's pretty hot, but that might just be my opinion. When he spots us, he waves enthusiastically, and when we finally reach him, he looks at me and says, "All right." Nick's High School Musical costume consists of a pair of bright red gym shorts and a red tank top. He's pinned a piece of paper to the front with a very badly drawn wildcat on it. If I'm honest, he's had worse outfits. "You didn't text me back," I say. He sips his drink. "I was way too busy getting my head in the game." Then he holds up a disposable camera and, before I have the chance to smile or make sure I look in any way presentable, takes a photo of me. A second too late, I hold up my hand in front of the camera. "Nick!" He lets out a loud laugh and starts rewinding the camera before putting it in his pocket. "Another one for the Derp Charlie collection." Oh my god. Harry's already wandered off to talk to another group, so Nick steps a little closer and our hands automatically touch. His tapping mine like we're playing a clapping game. "You sticking around here for a bit, or are you revising?" I glance round. I wasn't really revising. I was watching Mac DeMarco concerts. Ah, of course. We just sort of stand there for a bit, hands touching, and then Nick brings up a hand to adjust my hair slightly. It hits me suddenly that this is the last day we're going to be at the same school. 6 entire years of being in the same place every weekday are over. The 2 years we've been a couple at school, 2 years of eating lunch together, sitting in form, hiding in music rooms, IT rooms, PE changing rooms, 2 years of going home together, walking when it's sunny, getting the bus when it's cold, Nick's drawn faces in the window condensation, me falling asleep on his shoulder. It's all over. Normally we talk about this stuff that we get sad about or annoyed about or angry about. But Nick's really excited about uni, so I don't want to start complaining or make him feel bad. I've done more than enough of that in my life, for God's sake. I'm the one getting left behind, which is kind of crap, really. We look up when we hear a small click and a loud laugh. We turn and Harry is holding Nick's camera up to us gleefully. "So bloody romantic. I can't believe I'm gonna have to find a new company cock block at uni." Nick snatches the camera back. "Did you literally just pickpocket me?" Harry winks and laughs at him before wandering away again. Nick shakes his head and rewinds the camera. God, he's so irritating. "Where'd you get the camera from?" "I bought it. I thought it'd be good to have some actual physical photos to put on my uni wall instead of just crappy photos on my phone." I grab it out of his hands and take a picture of him. "Hey!" He grabs it back, grinning. "I don't want pictures of just me. Everyone will think I'm obsessed with myself." I smile too. "I'll have that one then." Nick puts his arm around me. Okay, we need at least one picture together where we look fucking normal. He holds the camera up in front of us, the lens facing us, and I say, let's be honest, we never look normal. Nick laughs at me while I'm making sure my hair isn't doing something weird, and then we both smile, and he takes the picture. When I visit you at uni, I'm expecting that one framed, I say. Yes? I kind of swore I heard my door open. My door start to move. Only if you buy me a frame. I'll have rent to pay. God, get a job. What? You mean you're not going to buy me things now that you have a job? I can't believe this. Why am I even in this relationship? I don't even know, Nick. Why are you still here? It's been over 2 years. Nick just laughs and kisses me quickly on the cheek, then starts to walk backwards away towards the drinks table. You're nice to look at. I give him the middle finger. No, I'm not showing it. Shut up. When we first started going out, we didn't tell people for a while. We didn't really know how people would react to us, so it was safer to know to just be low key. There hadn't been an openly gay couple in our school, well, ever, as far as we know, and I'd been bullied a lot when I was outed, so we didn't hold hands. We didn't flirt when other people were around. Sometimes I even felt kind of awkward just talking to him in school, not just not just in case someone found out and started bullying me again, or worse, started bullying Nick too. Nowadays, we don't have to be scared here. I hold his hand whenever I want. Nick. So I might have cried when the final bell went. Just a little bit. I wasn't as bad as Harry. He was bawling his eyes out and punning everyone, including some scared looking year sevens who just wanted to catch their bus. Even though it's not like today was the last time I'll ever see my friends. It still feels sad. Never wearing our uniforms again. No more lunchtime rounders on the field. The end of Wednesday period 5 biscuit hour in the common room. No more hanging out with Charlie at school. I guess there are a few things I'm a bit nervous about. Coming out as bisexual again is probably the main one. I mean, I have to come out to someone every other day anyway, but new uni friends means a new load of people who are probably going to assume I'm straight. Leaving home's going to be scary too. I'm a bit worried about my mom being by herself all the time. And again, there's leaving Charlie behind. Still, there are loads of good things about leaving school. God, I'm ready for university. For doing my own thing whenever I want. For actually learning stuff I'm interested in. Finally getting out of this dingy town. Having my own place. Buying my own food. Choosing how to spend my time. It's scary. And I'll miss a lot of things. But I'm ready to go. Harry wants to know whether we'll be at his Lemurs party tomorrow. Charlie says from the passenger seat of my car, scrolling through something on his phone. People we know usually message Charlie these days when they want to talk to either of us because I'm horrific at replying to messages. He's way more organized than me. Well, I'm still up for it if you are, I say, turning the car out of the school car park. Turns the radio on and continues scrolling through his phone, probably through Tumblr. His knees bent, his feet on the seat. Honestly, it's a beautiful day. Blue skies all round, reflected off town windows and cars. I roll my window down and turn up the radio, and then I take my disposable camera out of my pocket and quickly take a picture of Charlie, his face all sunlit, his dark hair being blown about by the wind, his body curled up on the passenger seat. He looks at me instantly, but he's smiling. Nick! I grin and look back at the road. Don't mind me. At least give me some warning. That's not as fun. This is normal for us, going to one of our houses after school. We spend more time at my house generally. As my mom's usually at work and my brother's got his own place now, we have the house to ourselves. Over the past few months, our parents have been letting us stay over at each other's houses sometimes, even on school nights. My mom never minds, but Charlie's parents are stricter, and Charlie thinks that if he asked more than a couple of times a week, they'd start saying no. We get that this isn't like normal. We think our parents see it as not see it's not normal as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're fine with it, but normal teenage couples don't sleep around each other's houses on school nights, do they? They don't spend every single day with each other, right? I don't know. We don't care. Things me and Charlie do together in our houses include play video games, watch TV and films, watch YouTube videos, homework, coursework, revision, nap, make out, have sex, sit in the same room on different laptops in silence, play board games, make food, make drinks, get drunk, plan trips to concerts, plan holidays, build pillow forts, have sex in a pillow fort. Okay, it was only once, but it did happen, I swear. Play with my dogs, Henry and Nellie, help Charlie's brother Oliver with various Lego projects, talk, argue, shout, cry, laugh, cuddle, sleep, text each other from different rooms. Charlie practices his drums, makes playlists, read books. I take photos on my phone, draw Charlie when he's not looking, make meals neither of us has tried before. We're pretty chill, maybe kind of boring, but in all honesty, that's fine with both of us. Today's nothing different. We get in, we get drinks, I change into some jogging bottoms and a sweatshirt. Charlie changes into some jeans and a t-shirt he left here yesterday, and then collapses onto my bed, stretches out his stomach, and opens my laptop. Do you want any food? I ask as I'm about to go downstairs. I always ask him this after school. Charlie had anorexia pretty badly the year we started going out. He had to go to a psychiatric hospital for a couple of months, and it really helped, but I guess he sort of still has it. Stuff like that doesn't go away very quickly. I am looking at these sets of pictures. Here's what I'm seeing here. Oh wait, I'm covering the one picture. There you go. That's what I'm seeing. I'm looking at myself as I'm showing you guys a picture, and I look at the fuck. I look at a fucking dude that's about it. Oh my god. Jeez. I need to stop looking like that. Anyway. Anyway. But he's nowhere near as bad as he used to be, and he's better in lots of other ways too. He's usually fine with main meals now, even if he doesn't eat snacks, like, ever. Nah, I'm good, he says, as usual. I always make sure to ask, though. I think he might say yes one day if I just keep asking. Once I've made my way through 2 slices of toast and a glass of lemonade, I come back upstairs to find Charlie frowning at the laptop screen. I fall in my bed next to him. What's up? He glances at me and then back at the laptop before clicking on something. Nothing, just reading something on Tumblr. I don't have Tumblr, despite Charlie trying to make me use it many times. I don't really think it's my sort of thing. Charlie rolls onto his back to make room for me and takes out his phone. I lie down next to him and pull the laptop towards me. He's already exited Tumblr, so it probably wasn't anything I would have been interested in. On another tab is the page I started reading this morning about the University of Leeds rugby team, which I'm going to try and join when I get there, if I'm good enough. That's where I'm going in September, the University of Leeds. It's pretty far away, like 200 miles or something, and me and Charlie have obviously talked about the fact that we'll be long distance. While it's not ideal and nowhere near as great as the way we are having it, or the way we hang out every day at the moment, we're both completely fine with it. Charlie has a part-time job at a cafe now, so he reckons he can get the train to see me every few weeks, and I can get the train back every few weeks, and that means we'll definitely see each other at least every 2 weeks, if not more. And we'll text and call and FaceTime loads anyway. I start telling Charlie all the facts about the Leeds rugby team, how many tiers there are at the university, and whether I think I'll be able to get in. I honestly do. I mean, I'm pretty good at rugby in my opinion. How much their gym membership is, and whether I'll be able to get a job somewhere when I get there, whether it's worth trying to get a sports scholarship, whether I'll be really crap compared to everyone else, and how nice their uniform is, green and white. Charlie stays still on his back and listens and asks a few questions, but after I've been rambling on for a while, I can tell he's getting bored because his voice quiets and he starts fiddling with my sweatshirt sleeve. Then, as I'm in the middle of a sentence, he rolls onto his side and pulls me down by the back of my neck for a kiss, which sort of takes me by surprise because we're long past the stage of needing to make out every time we're alone. After a few seconds, I go to move backwards, but he just pulls me farther down. I laugh against his lips and I feel him smile too, but neither of us stop, and after a minute or so, I feel my hand subconsciously reach to run through his hair. This is a bit of an odd time of day for us to be doing this, but it's difficult to care, especially when he surges forward so he's lying on top of me. Did you want to talk about something else? I remember, wondering where this had come from. I pushed his hair back from his forehead. I probably have a thing for Charlie's hair. He meets my eyes. Then he sits up, leans back, and switches on the radio. The vaccines are playing. He moves back down, tilts his head, and says, "Not really," and then his lips are on mine. Charlie. Basically, I hate hearing Nick talk about university. I'm a horrible person. He is ridiculously excited about going to uni, and he should be. I'm glad he is. But lately he's been talking about it all of the time. And every single time he mentions it, it just reminds me that we're approaching the end of this. That comes September, I'm getting left behind. Basically, I'm scared. People keep messaging me on Tumblr about it too, and they haven't been helping. I've got quite a lot of followers on Tumblr, and many of them are interested in Nick and me. Like, really interested. It's a little creepy, actually. So as soon as I mentioned that we'd be long distance from September, I was flooded with Tumblr asks about how I should be prepared for all the horrible things that come with long distance relationships. And they're pissing me off. I stopped answering them a couple of days ago, but people are still sending them. I don't even understand why all these people care that much to make that effort to send me messages about it. Thankfully, Nick doesn't mention university for the rest of the day. Not when we take his dogs for a walk. Not during dinner. Not while we're watching Alien. When he wanders out to have a shower at around 10 o'clock, I check my Tumblr inbox again, and there are even more now. Anonymous said, "Have you talked to Nick about what it's going to be like when he goes away? I know so many couples that try to make it work when one of them went to uni, and they all ended up breaking up. You should really at least talk to him about it." Anonymous said, "Isn't it weird you've been together so long, though? Like, 14 are so young to get into a relationship. You shouldn't feel like you have to stay in your first relationship forever." That's kind of a mean comment. Anonymous said, "Dude, long distance never works. Trust me, it's better to end it now and save yourself the pain." Anonymous said, "Everyone should go into uni single. University years are your sexiest years. Gotta bang as many people as you can." Fuck off with that bullshit mentality. Fuck off with that. Seriously, fuck off with that bullshit mentality. I don't really want to bring this up with Nick because I don't want him to feel bad for going to university. He's completely right to be excited about it. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. Nick returns from the bathroom in just pajama shorts, rubbing the towel over his hair. "What's up?" What? What? You're frowning again. I quickly close the Tumblr app. Am I? He walks over to the mirror and picks up his hair dryer. Yup. Maybe that's just my face. Nah, your face is usually way nicer. I hurl a pillow in his direction, but he steps to one side to dodge it, laughing. I can't tell him about this. It'd feel awful. He's had enough of feeling bad because of me. I've already been the most annoying boyfriend in recorded history, what with all my mental health stuff. "Come take a selfie with me," I say. "I want to piss off my Tumblr followers." Nick grins and puts down the hairdryer. Why would that piss them off? Selfies piss everyone off. So passive aggressive. He walks he walks over to the bed and flops down next to me. I open the camera on my phone, and before he has the chance to say anything about it, I kiss him on the cheek and take the photo like that. Nick laughs again. Oh, you're doing that on the internet now, are you? And there's another picture of them. I'm going to be showing every picture of them. I'm not kidding. I wrap my arms around him. You know it's what they all want. At least let me sort out my hair. It looks good when it's wet. We lean our heads together and I make a peace sign with one hand and take another picture. Then I take one of us actually kissing, but I don't put that one on Tumblr. Some things are nicer if they're just for us. Nick. The next morning I wake up to the sound of Charlie's phone alarm. He always sets it to an annoying, unignorable beeping sound rather than music like I do. Despite this, waking up next to Charlie is definitely better than any other way of waking up. I don't really know why. My bed always feels sort of cold when he's not there. Charlie's still insisting he has to go to school today because he's bad at revising at home, so he's making me get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to drive him. While I could go to school to revise, the idea of trying to revise on the first day of my study leave kind of makes me want to burn all my revision notes, and also, we're both crap at doing schoolwork when we're together anyway. I open my eyes to see him stirring. A line of sunshine falls across his chest through the gap in the curtains, and even while I'm still half asleep, I get another sudden urge to take a picture of him. Then I remember that I already took one of him asleep last night anyway, when I found him curled up in my bed after I'd gone to get a glass of water, and that had used up the camera film. Charlie rolls over to turn off the alarm and then goes to climb over me to get out of bed. My bed's situated against the wall, but as he does, I slide my hands round his waist and pull him down on top of me. He lets out a surprised noise and then a small laugh, his voice still sleepy. I have to go shower. No, stay here. I can't. I'll fall asleep again. Don't go to school. Nick! Stay here with me. I can't. I've got it. I need to revise. Fine. I loosen my arms so Charlie can wrestle himself out of them. As soon as he's gone, my bed feels cold and empty again. It's pretty dumb, really. I sleep alone most of the time. 2. Charlie. I sort of hope Nick might have picked up on how I've been feeling. Normally he's pretty good at that. Like, weirdly good, actually. And I'm not exactly settled in my attempts to get him to stop talking about uni. But by third period, after I text Nick to see whether he's awake again, after dropping me off at school, he said he was going back to bed, the excited text onslaught begins. Nick Nelson, 11:34. We should go uni shopping soon. Is it weird I'm excited about buying kitchen utensils? Nick Nelson, 12:02. Do you think I should email to check whether I'll have a double bed? Like, how do people know which sheets to buy? 12:05. I better have a double bed, lol. Your bed is bad enough. Nick Nelson, 12:46. Do you think I should take my Xbox, or is that too unsociable? I need people to like me. Nick Nelson, 12:54. Is Khalib in school? If he is, can you ask him whether he knows about the beds? Nick Nelson, 13:15. I'm way more interested in home furnishing than I thought. The IKEA website is a dangerous vortex. I reply to all his messages and really try to be enthusiastic, but I can tell my texts sound a bit flat. Nick doesn't seem to notice, though. He just keeps texting me about university and buying stuff for his room, and the modules he thinks he wants to take, and all sorts of other things that just make me feel increasingly awful by the second. We've talked about it before. Quite a while ago, actually, back when Nick was looking around universities last summer, and when he was applying to them in the autumn. I admitted I was pretty worried about him leaving. I said I was scared of being on my own all the time. It was kind of embarrassing, really. Stupid. Scared of being on my own. I sounded like I was 3 years old. Nick obviously reassured me we'd talk all the time anyway, and everything would be fine. We haven't talked about it much since then, but only because there's not much more to say about it. Everything is going to be fine. I sit in the common room and listen to Muse's Origin of Symmetry album on repeat and focus on my classics revision, trying to memorize some Latin vocab, getting A-Led, my only friend in school today, to test me every now and then. I just need to stop thinking about it all. Everything's fine. I'm worried about nothing. After lunch, after I failed for the third time to remember what latrocinium means, Aled puts down my pack of cue cards and looks at me. Aled Lass doesn't have a load of friends. He's extremely shy, so not many people try to talk to him. But I'd say he and Tao are two of my best. Sorry, I say immediately. Wow, I need to revise more. God. Aled blinks at me and then glances out the window. It's another intensely sunny day. I probably should have just stayed in bed with Nick this morning. Maybe we should stop revising now, he said in his tiny voice. He chuckles and looks down at his own revision. More colorful maths cue cards. Not that I've been doing much anyway. Same. Yeah, same. You okay though? He asks. I feel like you've been really down today. I pause, a little taken aback. Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine. Yeah? He fiddles with his fingers and gives me a look. Yeah, I don't know. Nick's just talking a lot about uni. It's kind of just making me feel a bit crap. I don't know. I groan and run a hand through my hair. That sounds so bad when I say it out loud. No, you're allowed to feel things, he smiles. I get it. It's not really fair on him, though. Like, he has a right to be excited. Maybe you should talk to him about it. You've already talked about long distance and stuff, right? Yeah, we've talked about it. I just don't think he realizes how much it's... I don't really know how to finish my sentence. It'll make him feel so bad, though. I shake my head. I don't want him to stop being excited about it. Well, Alan struggles to find something to say. He looks down at his desk and fiddles with his cue cards. I don't think you've got anything to worry about. I mean, I know you're Nick and Charlie. You're not going to break up, I don't think. I mean, even Ellie and Tao aren't even breaking up, and you know what they're like. Tao's been going out with Ellie Argent, a girl from Nick's year, for almost the same amount of time Nick and I have been going out. They do seem to bicker a lot, but it's usually about very trivial things such as opinions about movies. Yeah. Alan doesn't say anything else, so I stand up and I say I'm going to the bathroom. But I don't go to the bathroom. I walk all the way down to the locker room, just so I can lean against a wall in a locker row and take out my phone and try and think of something to say to Nick. Some way of telling him what I'm feeling. But there isn't any way to say it. Not without making him feel guilty. And that's the last thing I want. Instead, I load up my Tumblr inbox just to see if there's anything interesting in there. But there are only a few new messages asking whether I've thought properly about how long distance works, about whether it's really worth the pain, about whether Nick's really not going to meet anyone else at university while I'm not with him all the time. I don't mean to let this stuff get to me, but it still does. I even feel myself start to well up a bit, so I exit the Tumblr app and delete it from my phone. We're fine. Why am I getting upset about this now? Damn, we're already at 50? Jeez, that's going by quick. Nick. When Charlie slumps into my car at 3:15 p.m., I can tell something's up. I say hi, but all I get is a tiny grumble in response, and as soon as he shuts the door, he leans on the window and closes his eyes. I stay still for a moment, waiting to see if he's going to say anything, but he doesn't. You okay? He says, unmoving. Bad day? I drive off without pushing it. If he wants to talk about it, he will. That's one thing I've learned about Charlie. If you try and make him talk about stuff he doesn't want to talk about, there's even less of a chance he'll eventually tell you. By the time we get to Charlie's house, he seems a bit better, so I don't bring it up. But something's still kind of off with him. He sits at his laptop in intense silence while I'm catching up with his mum. He spends at least half an hour choosing what to wear for Harry's party, even though he wears the same jeans and checked shirts everywhere anyway. It takes him significantly longer than normal to eat dinner, which is always a sign he's stressed about something. In the car on the way to Harry's house, his knees bob up and down. Maybe he's pissed off at me for some reason. I have no idea why he would be. We park down the road and he walks a little way ahead of me, and Tori, who we gave a lift to. Have you argued? Tori asks. Seems like he's pissed off with you. Not that I know of. I don't know what's wrong. Hmm. She doesn't say anything else. Picture? Because we always gotta show pictures. I'm just saying. Harry Green lives in a townhouse near the high street. His massive parties are pretty much the main reason he's the most famous guy at Truham. We know that by 11 almost everyone will be in the basement dancing to some crappy dubstep remixes. By 12 people will be throwing up in houseplant pots and on the sidewalk outside. By 2 people will be asleep in corridors, breaking away into different rooms to mess around and getting high in the garden. Sure enough, Harry's got music blasted from the basement, making the floor vibrate. And there are people everywhere, mostly Truham's sixth formers, but definitely a few year 10s and 11s too, and people from the secondary school across town. I think we were all supposed to be in the garden, but it started checking it down with rain. So much for summer. As soon as we're inside and Tori's gone off to find her friends, Charlie speed walks towards the kitchen for drinks. The kitchen table, as expected, is covered in bottles and plastic cups, and once we reach it, Charlie downs a vodka shot, and then another one. I think this might be the point where I need to actually say something. I touch his arm. Hey. He looks at me and takes a sip of the vodka lemonade he just made. Hmm? You okay? He nods a little too enthusiastically. Yeah, fine. Why? I shake my head. You just seem sort of on edge. He looks away again and pours a drop more vodka into his drink. Oh, just a bit stressed because of revision. Just been in a bad mood today. This seems like a reasonable explanation, I guess. Then again, Charlie could lie for Britain. He lies to loads of people. He lied to people at school for months about his anorexia. He lies to his parents sometimes when he wants to go out somewhere with me but isn't sure they'd let him. He lies to Mr. Shannon to avoid becoming unpopular with other students. To be fair, he hardly ever lies to me, but occasionally I can tell that he's saying something just because he doesn't want to bother me. I think this might be one of those times. He takes another sip. His eyes dart around the room. Best Coast, he says. What? The music. It's Best Coast. I hadn't even caught that there was music playing in here. I try to think of something to say, but he beats me to it. We should get drunk. I chuckle. I'm driving. Oh, you get drunk. I plan to. Do you think we should actually socialize first? He pours a glass of lemonade and hands it to me. Fine. He steps close to me, so I almost... Picture. Always showing the pictures, no matter what happens. I almost think he's going to go in for a kiss right here in front of the people chatting and drinking around us, but instead he just gazes up at me beneath the dark hair with icy eyes, smirking slightly, the tease of a dimple in one cheek, letting loose everything that made me physically attracted to him in the first place. I'm half confused and half extremely flustered. Nick, he says so low and quiet, I probably wouldn't hear it if I weren't staring at his lips. I let out a nervous laugh, feeling my cheeks getting hot, but don't really know what to say. We're not exactly averse to public displays of affection, but we're never like this when other people are around. What is he trying to do? I want a drunk hookup in the bathroom later, he murmurs, and then he walks off before I have the chance to answer him. Charlie. I am aware that I am combating my feelings about Nick going to university by A. refusing to talk about it, and B. flirting with him so hard it's actually embarrassing, but honestly, I'm this close to punching the next person who even uses the word university in a sentence. I have not punched anyone yet in my life, but it's never too late to start. Oh, and see, I'm getting drunk. Very drunk. It doesn't take a lot to get me drunk, which is extremely useful for situations like this, where year 13s are everywhere, and no one will shut up about leaving school and prom and summer and university, and I just want to go home. I stay away from Nick as much as possible because hearing him talk about it is the worst part of all of it. I am a terrible person. It's 11 o'clock now, and I've lost count of how many vodka lemonades I've had, and I'm having to stay seated on an armchair next to Tal in the conservatory because standing up is proving quite difficult at the moment. There isn't really enough room for both of us on the armchair. My leg is sort of going numb because Tal is slightly sitting on it, but he's too engrossed in talking about something or other. I don't know. I'm not really paying attention. Have you and Nick talked about it? He says, snapping me out of my daze. But it's still like I've got cotton wool in my ears and nothing that's happening is actually happening. What? I wasn't listening. Tal grins at me. He always seems more like his eccentric self when we're outside of school. Tonight he's wearing a stripy shirt that was probably intended for a businessman, with rolled up green trousers and a signature red beanie. He generally does think he belongs. This he generally does think he belongs in a Wes Anderson film. He throws his arms around me and rests his head on mine. Ah, you're such an adorable lightweight. I'm glad we're not leaving school this year. If one more person mentions leaving school, I'm literally going to cry. He pats my cheek. There, it'll all be fine. You're Nick and Charlie, aren't you? I don't know what that means, I say. Oh, okay. Nick. Everyone is talking about Yuli. I don't think I've ever been so excited for something or so ready. And everyone else going to uni seems to agree. It's the start of freedom. Doing things because we choose to do them. Finally being treated as adults. But I get that, like, Charlie might not want to talk about it all the time. I mean, he's still got a year of school left. It gets to 11 and Charlie is definitely avoiding me. Normally we stick pretty close together at parties, and considering how he was acting earlier, well, I'm a bit confused if I'm honest. I find him curled up in an armchair with Tal. I say hi to Tal and exchange pleasantries, but can see Charlie staring at me. I crouch down next to the armchair so our eyes are level. His are unfocused and he's blinking a lot. He's drunk all right. You okay? I'm fine, he snaps with an irritated grin. God, you don't need to, like, check up on me every second. Jesus Christ. I feel myself recoil. Charlie hasn't snapped at me like that for months. What the hell have I done? I stand up again. Alright, fine. No need to shout at me. He looks away. I wasn't shouting. Yeah, I turn around and go to leave the conservatory, but not so fast to avoid hearing Tal say to Charlie, "What's going on?" Charlie. It's midnight and I'm in the basement where almost everyone's come to dance, hoping that the blast of dubstep, some crappy remix of a Daft Punk song, will drown out the buzzing in my brain, but it doesn't. I can't stop thinking I'm a piece of shit. I'm the worst boyfriend in the entire universe. I lean against the wall but just end up sliding down it, so I'm sitting on the floor, all the dancers blurring in front of me under Harry's flashing fairy lights. Why am I being so weird and angry? Why am I like this? Charlie! Shouts a voice over the music. Not Nick's. And I look up and there's Alan, gazing down awkwardly in his burgundy jumper. He squats down next to me. Are you alright? I swallow so close to saying no. No, I'm ridiculous. I'm hilariously unalright. Yeah, I'm fine. You don't look alright. Alan frowns. Did you... Is this because of Ellie and Tal? Maybe I'm just hallucinating conversations now. Maybe my brain is just stringing random words together. what? What do you mean? What do you mean? I just thought, you know, what I said about Ellie and Tal yesterday, like, it was stupid. I feel really bad. I shake my head, wanting to laugh. What the fuck are you talking about, Alan? You know, Ellie and Tal breaking up. I spring forward from the wall. What? Alan's eyes widened. Wyden. Oh, oh, God, I assumed you would know by now. They just decided that they're breaking up at the end of summer, I heard. I stare at him. What? Alan looks down. Yeah, Tom was just like, yeah, we're gonna keep on going on until Ellie leaves, but we think long distance will be too hard. But Tao didn't tell me. I was talking to him earlier. I don't. Alan says nothing. I open my mouth to say something else, but nothing comes out. Why would anyone just end a relationship because it's got to go long distance for a bit? Ellie and Tao clearly like each other a lot. They pined over each other for ages before they started dating. Why would anyone do that? Nick and I aren't going to do that. Nick thinks long distance will be fine. He doesn't want to break up with me. Does he? Does he want to break up with me? Oh God, Charlie, what's... Alan started speaking because I'm starting to cry. I started crying. Great. Sorry, I said, but my voice definitely isn't audible above the deafening music, and I'm not sure who I'm apologizing to anyway. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Nick. Since I haven't seen Charlie for half an hour, I think now might be a good time to go looking for him again, even if he is in a mood with me. What is his deal, though? He's actually starting to piss me off a bit now. I've done nothing for him to be in a mood with me about. I find him in the basement and he's just sitting in a corner with his friend Aled, so I go over to him, hoping that his weird bad mood has gone away. But as I barge through the dancers, getting closer and closer, I start to realize that his cheeks are damp and he's been crying, and that's when I start to feel seriously concerned. Something's definitely wrong. I kneel down next to him and Aled gives me this panicked look like he doesn't know what to do. Charlie rolls his head towards me and he's even drunker than earlier, if that's possible. No wonder he's sitting on the floor in the basement. What's wrong? I shout over the music. He laughs, but it looks wrong. Something is really wrong. Are you going to start talking about university again? What? It's pissing me off so much, Nick. I squint at him and ask, pissing you off? But he just mumbles something to reply, and I can't hear him properly. Then he pulls me toward him with one arm and kisses me. I quickly discover drunk kisses are not fun when one person is sober. I can feel the dampness of his cheeks and the taste of alcohol. It takes a few seconds for me to actually realize what's happening in that time. I blink and see Alan make a look of startled distress, stand up and walk away. I gently push Charlie off me. No, you're drunk. Nick! Charlie tries to lean forward again, but I just lean backwards. Charlie, you're acting really weird. No, I'm not. Yes, you are! I pull him by the arm so we're both standing. He staggers and grabs onto my arm with both hands. Come on, let's go upstairs. He doesn't answer, so I lead him back through the dancers and back upstairs, where it's nearly empty now. Almost everyone is dancing in the basement. I guide him to the conservatory, which is, as I'd hoped, empty and quiet, apart from the rain that's pummeling against the glass roof. I sit him down on the armchair again and crouch in front of him. What's going on? He doesn't look at me or even seems to have heard me. Char, I say this a little louder, and this time he meets my eyes. Why are you acting like this? What? He snaps, shaking his head. What am I acting like? Like 1 minute you're seriously pissed off with me, and the next you want to get off with me. He bends over and puts his head in his hands. I feel sick. For fuck's sake, I stand up. This is hopeless. Why are you being such a dick? He doesn't move. Just talk to me, I say. He says nothing. You can't be angry at me if you can't even tell me what I'm doing wrong. He makes a groaning noise and shakes his head in his hands. Fucking hell. I say, sitting down heavily on the sofa opposite. Well, I don't fucking know what to do then. Stop shouting at me, he mumbles from behind his hands. I'm not shouting at you. You are. We sit in silence for a minute until a particularly loud thunder crash makes me jump. Charlie notices and raises his hand. You can break up with me if you want, he says. It takes a few seconds to process that. What? I say. I stand up again and feel myself really getting angry now. What is he talking about? Where the hell has this come from? What the fuck are you talking about? If you want a fresh start or something, if you think long distance is too hard. His eyes are unfocused again, his words slurring. Lightning flashes overhead, brightening the room. Why does he say these things? What? Is that what you want? I huff out a laugh. This can't be happening. You want us to break up, is that it? I just want you to be happy. Bullshit. I spit out, my voice definitely too loud now. Ellie and Tal are breaking up. What, so we need to break up too? You're not even gonna try to stay in a relationship with me? Part of me wants to talk this out rationally, but most of me is just pure anger. And I don't even know why. I'm thinking I'm just tired of this. Tired of all this bullshit and all this university talk and all this university that I've only got a few months left with. Wait, hold on a second. I think I may have. Wait, did I? Okay. Part of me wants to talk this out rationally, but most of me is just pure anger. And I don't even know why. I I think I'm just tired of all this. Tired of all this bullshit and all this university talk and remembering that I've only got a few months left with Charlie. Why are you saying these things, Charlie? If you're trying to break up with me, just fucking spit it out. But I don't want him to. I feel like I'm about to be sick. Charlie just shakes his head and stares blankly at the space next to me. Is this why you've been acting like this? I say. You want to break up with me, but you're not even fucking brave enough to say it? You want to force me to break up with you instead? He's crying again now, his head shaking from side to side, his knees bobbing up and down, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't deny it. Well, fuck you then, I say. And that's when I realize that I'm crying too. God, how long's it been since that happened? And then he raises his head, full on shouts at me. Well, it's me who's getting left behind! He points towards somewhere indeterminable outside and his voice breaks. You're fucking off to university where you'll meet loads of new people, and it's me who's getting left behind. We keep being like, oh, everything's going to be fine. We'll FaceTime loads, blah, blah, blah. But it's not going to be alright, is it? He gestures wildly, his eyes darting around the room. It's not going to be alright if it's going to be crap for me. I'm going to be stuck in this shitty town all by myself, but here you are talking about it like it's the fucking best thing ever. And you know what? It makes me feel like shit. It's like you looking forward to getting rid of me. Like you can't wait to finally get out of here and wait to get away to me. What the fuck? I shout back, running a hand through my hair. What do you want me to do? Not go to university? No! Because that sounds like what you're saying. I'm not. You've got no fucking right to be annoyed with me about that. I'm a year older than you. I'm going to university in September. That's just the way it is. He stares at me, eyes wide and filled with tears, and then he looks down. Why are you being like this? Man, what the fuck am I being like? Charlie looks up again. When he moves his head, his eyes are thin slits. Don't call me mate. You never call me mate. I just shake my head and let out a huff of exasperation. You really are being a proper dickhead tonight, aren't you? Just leave then! He shouts. The rain falls harder than ever. I can barely hear him over the noise. Fuck off then! Yeah, fine. No problem. And that's it. I walk out of the room. Standing in the corridor is Tao, who has probably heard every word. God, this is all his and Ellie's fault. If they hadn't fucking broken up in the first place, Charlie wouldn't. He wouldn't want to. He wouldn't have thought he'd. Is he. Are you okay? Tao stutters. See what you've done? I say, stepping past him. Fuck you. He cowers back. I want to say something else to him, but I can't think of anything else. My mind's gone blank. I'm still processing what just happened. What has happened? Everything was fine yesterday. This can't be the end. This can't possibly be the end. I march through the people chatting and smiling and laughing in the living room until I'm out of the house and in the rain, and by the time I reach my car, I'm just soaked and shivering. I turn the engine on, but I just end up sitting in my car for 20 minutes. Maybe because I'm too scared to drive when I can still hear thunder in the distance. Or maybe because I'm hoping Charlie's going to run out of the house and open the door and say that everything he'd said was a drunken mistake. But he doesn't. So I just sit there. 3. Charlie. I wake up because the sun is in my eyes. I forgot to close my curtains last night. I forgot to do a lot of things last night. Like be a decent human being. I fumble for my phone before realizing it's still in my back pocket. I'm still in my clothes. It's 10:15 in the morning. No texts, no Facebook messages, nothing. I don't want to get out of bed to change. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. Last night, what was I even thinking? The Ellie and Tao thing freaked me out. That after all this time that they'd just be like, cool, yeah, we're breaking up, oh well. After 2 years, don't they love each other? No, I guess not. And I guess I started to think, what if Nick's bored? We don't do many exciting things. We just sit around at each other's houses. I'm pretty boring as a person. So I guess I wanted to test him to check whether he wanted to break up, but I couldn't even say it. I couldn't even say it properly. Stupid. I'm stupid. I'm a fucking stupid idiot. I'd rather not have known. I'd rather just carried on in a blissful ignorance of what he thought, rather than this absolute mess. Now I have no idea what he's thinking. Is he just angry at me, or does he actually want to break up? The thought of texting him to find out makes me feel physically ill. We've argued before, but nothing quite as bad as this. We've never woken up still angry at each other. I haven't woken up feeling this shit in a long time, hungover and wanting to be sick and wanting to cry, and experiencing that familiar emptiness I thought I'd gotten rid of a long time ago. The feeling that makes me want to stay in bed and never get up again. One time when I was in year 11, a few weeks after I got out of the hospital, Nick said something he didn't mean while we were eating dinner. Some stupid thing about how I wasn't trying hard enough. And I started having a go at him, and it turned out into a massive argument, ending with him leaving. But even then he still came back a while later, and everything was okay again. I roll over so I'm out of the sun and pull my covers over my head, but the birds tweeting outside are too loud and it's still too bright in my room, so I just end up lying there. I wish I could turn back time. I wish I could keep turning back time to Thursday, and every time I get to the end of Thursday, I'd rewind time to the beginning of Thursday again, and I'd just be with Nick every day for the rest of my life. Can't believe I even think stuff like this. Pathetic. I'm so pathetic. Morning. Morning, Tori says when I slip down next to her on the lounge sofa. She's in her pajamas and dressing gown and is watching Bridesmaids with a large bag of kettle chips on her lap. Morning. Why are you watching the film at 11 o'clock in the morning? Why not? Why kettle chips? First day of study leave treat. It's your second day of study leave. Then, it's my second day of study leave treat. I laugh and watch the film with her for a few minutes. I never really got into this film, but Tori's weirdly obsessed with it. It might be because the main character is super sarcastic, just like her. So, you feeling okay? She turns to me. Have you had breakfast? Feel a bit sick. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. Hmm. She doesn't comment. Normally, Tori's the first one to make me eat when I don't want to. What happened to Nick last night? You're lucky Becky had her car. And why were you drunk and crying in the conservatory? I groan and roll my head back against the sofa. Do we have to talk about it? She shrugs and looks back at the screen. Nope, just thought you might want to. We sit in silence for a minute, and then I decide to tell her. I tell her the full story, not that there's much to tell anyway. Nick constantly talking about university, me getting all anxious about it, hearing about Ellie and Tal getting scared, saying stuff I shouldn't have, Nick freaking out. Everything is my fault, as usual. Jesus, she says once I've finished. She gazes the remains at me, the remains of her eyeliner smeared over under her eyes. Then she pauses the film. Sounds like a really bad argument. Yeah, no shit. You don't think he wants to break up, do you? Well, I don't know. Maybe. Here's another picture before we get into the next page. He didn't say. He didn't say, no, I don't want to break up, you know. He just got so angry. And then suddenly I feel tears in my eyes. I bring up a hand to cover my face, and when I speak, my voice is all high-pitched and wobbly. I feel like shit. Oh, Charlie. Tori puts down her crisps and pulls me into a hug, running one hand down over my back. It's okay. I shake my head into her shoulder, trying not to get tears all over her dressing gown. It's not okay. It's really not okay. She lets me cry into her shoulder for a few minutes before she speaks again. I think you need to talk to him. I don't know what to say, I whisper. Just something. Anything. He hates me. That's untrue. He's angry. That's temporary. I don't know what to say. It doesn't matter what you say, she says. You just have to say something. That's true. Nick. Saturday is a nothing day. I get up at around 10. I take Henry and Nellie for a walk. I eat. I have a nap. I play with Henry in the living room. I play video games for 5 hours. I eat again. I nap again. I go on YouTube for 4 hours. I discover that I lost my disposable camera. I spend an hour looking for it, and then I cram myself to sleep. On Sunday morning, I stay in bed. I start to realize that the reason I feel numb is because I'm in shock. In shock that Charlie would even suggest breaking up. I also start to realize that the shock is turning into panic. I'm panicking now. Panicking that long distance really isn't going to work after all. That it's going to be too hard. If Charlie's this upset now, he'll be even worse when I leave. But I can't stay here just because he's upset about it. What am I supposed to do? There's nothing I can do. Nothing. It is what it is. Charlie wants to break up with me before it gets too painful. Maybe we'd end up breaking up anyway. Maybe we're just getting it out of the way. What? I don't know. I have no idea what I think anymore. I go to text Charlie but then realize I can't because I don't know what to say. I can't speak to him until I actually understand what I feel. I start crying again. Mom asks me what's wrong on Sunday afternoon. I tell her me and Charlie had an argument. Oh, you two will get that patched up, though. Won't you, love? She says, and then leaves the kitchen before I have the chance to say, not necessarily. Maybe not. Maybe this is it. Charlie. Wednesday arrives and I still haven't done anything, and neither is Nick. I guess I hoped if I waited long enough, he'd be the one to text me first, or call me, or something. But there's nothing. Honestly, I have no idea what he's thinking. Maybe he really does want to break up. Why else would he have just lost it at me? He's never been so angry with me before. God, I wouldn't blame him if he wanted to break up. I'm pathetic. I tried to distract myself with revision, but it doesn't help. It doesn't really work. My Thursday Latin language exam rolls around and it goes fine. I memorized all the vocab in the end. There's nothing all that stopped me from doing my best in my exams, but I don't feel happy when it's over. I just checked my phone for the 600 billionth time, and there's nothing, of course. Nothing. I know I should text him, but if I ask whether he really does want to break up and he says yes, I don't know what I'll do. What's the point of a life without Nick? Wow, I'm so embarrassing. If he wants to talk to me, he will. If he doesn't, then I guess that's it. That's the end. Nick. 9 days since the party. A Sunday. I messed up my psychology exam on Friday, but I don't think that was because of our argument. Everyone knows psychology A level came straight out of hell. You know, if they're supposed to be the way this is looking, how it says everyone knows psychology, a level came straight out of hell. There's no period there. It kind of bugs me a little bit, but whatever. I've got a few days until my next exam, so I don't do anything again this weekend. I don't even take the dogs for a walk. I ask Mom to do it. I just sit in my room, curtains shut, playing video games, watching TV, doing nothing. Mom walks in at around 1 p.m. to ask if I want lunch, but stops when she sees me wrapped up like a burrito in my duvet, my hair greasy in a property show on TV. She sits down in the bed. You alright, Nicky? How's Charlie? I haven't seen him in it for ages. I blinked slowly and looked at her. We argued. That was a while back though, wasn't it, love? 9 days. And you still haven't sorted it out? No. Oh, baby. She pats what she thinks is my leg, but is actually just a bit of lumpy duvet. Have you tried talking to him? He broke up with me. What? Are you sure? That doesn't sound like him. Yes. She breathes out. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. She holds out her arms for a hug and I sort of fall into them, still in my duvet burrito form. It'll be okay. You'll be alright. It takes quite a lot of effort not to start crying again. Do you want to order pizza tonight? She asks. Special treat? I nod. Yes, please. Yes, please. I love you so much, baby. You'll be okay. Love you, Mom. But I don't think I'll be okay. Ever. I don't think I'll ever be okay ever again. 4. Yeah, we're going through this book really quick. I'm going through this book so much quicker. I'm feeling like when I watched when I read A Christmas Carol for the Christmas when I was doing that around Christmas. Because because I was doing a book, because I did the book of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and then I read that book. We're going through this book just about as quickly as we did with A Christmas Carol, if you ask me. Charlie. 2 weeks after the argument is my penultimate exam. music, a Friday. I don't think about anything except my exams for the entire week. Well, except the fact that I can't remember the last time I spent 2 days away from Nick, let alone 2 entire weeks. God. Do I need to start trying to get over this? Because I have no idea how people do that. Nick is the best and most important person I have ever met. God. I go out with my friends that evening, just to simply Italian for a big end of exam celebration meal, even though my last exam isn't until next Thursday. I try to have fun and laugh at people's jokes and talk about how horrible exams were, but everything's fake. I don't want to laugh at anything. I, excuse me. I want to go home and sit in bed and do nothing. Tao's on my left. He's laughing and joking with the rest of our friends, but I can tell he's joining in to hide how sad he is about Ella. How did they decide to break up? Did they just agree it'd be for the best? Or did they have a big argument like me and Nick? I don't want to bring it up and upset Tao more. On my right is Alan. He stays quiet for most of the evening, as he often does, but as we're all sorting out who's paying what, he says, "Charlie?" And I look at him, and I see genuine concern in his eyes. "Have you spoken to Nick at all?" he asks. Word of our argument has spread everywhere, obviously. "No," I say, trying to keep any and all emotion out of my voice. "So, is that it then?" His voice is almost a whisper. "Have you broken up?" Yeah. I realize that this is the first time I've said it. I've been distracting myself up until this point, but now I don't have a revision to distract me anymore. And there it is. We've broken up. Yeah, I am. I think so. Not your fault. No, but he shakes his head. "You're Nick and Charlie." I laugh. "What does that mean?" It's... He laughs too, a nervous expulsion of air. You're... It's hard to explain. It's like if you had to provide evidence for soulmates, everyone would pick you two. I snort. "There's no such thing as soulmates." "Maybe, but you two present a pretty convincing argument. If we were, he wouldn't have broken up with me." "Is that actually what happened?" I stare at Alan. I've never heard him so assertive. I don't know how to answer. "Did he actually say, 'Charlie, I want to break up with you'?" I frown. "Well, no, not exactly, but he didn't say I don't want to break up. But obviously he wouldn't have said that." "What?" "If he thought you were trying to break up with him, he's not going to start protesting against it. If he thought you didn't love him anymore, he wouldn't make it difficult for you. He'd just be heartbroken." "Well, he's an idiot then." Alan laughs. "Exactly. Two idiots in love. Couple goals." "Great. Thanks." Someone interrupts us to see whether Alan's sorted out what money he owes. I really want to believe what he's saying, that Nick never wanted to break up. Maybe it's time to find out. As soon as I get home, I sit down at the breakfast bar where Tori is sitting with her laptop and a large glass of diet lemonade. She turns to me. "You look at least 200% more cheerful than you have been collectively in the past 2 weeks," she says. "I need to talk to Nick, soon." She throws her hands in the air. "Jesus Christ! Finally! Revelation of the century!" I swivel on the stool. But also, I really don't want to. Yeah, you've had your tantrum time, okay? You're in year 13 now. Not till September. I always counted from the last day of the year before. Well, I don't. She takes a long sip of lemonade and then points violently at the door. Go talk to him, you giant child! Oh my god, fine! I get up from the breakfast bar and wander toward the door, but Tori speaks as I'm about to leave. By the way, I found this stuck between the sofa cushions. She picks up something next to her and holds out Nick's disposable camera. Is it yours? I take it from her. Oh, that's Nick's. Oh, you might want it back then. Yeah. I walk slowly out of the room. The number on the tiny screen at the back is at 0. I didn't even know Nick had taken all that many pictures. When did he take them all? He could only have left the camera here 2 weeks ago while we were getting ready for the party, and I didn't even see him take any then, so it must have been the day before that. And that's when I know exactly what I'm going to do. Straight after my shift at the cafe on Saturday morning, I speed walk to Boots to get the film developed. I have absolutely no idea what's on it, but I figure there might be something I can send Nick. I don't know whether that'll help anything, but a picture speaks 1,000 words, I guess. Blah blah blah, something cheesy and romantic. Yep, cool. I arrive at Boots and it turns out I have to wait an hour for them to develop the photos, so I wander around town with my umbrella over my head. I buy an Oreo dairy milk bar from a news agent's because Nick's obsessed with them. Then I sit down on a bench and take out my phone, balancing my umbrella on my shoulder. And then I see I have a text from Tal. I open it immediately. Tal Zoo, 1534. Hey Charlie, I know the past few weeks have been kind of awful for both of us because of stuff with Ellie and Nick, but I want you to be the first to know that me and Ellie are getting back together. We talked about it some more and we're both shit scared about being long distance, but deciding to break up was a mistake. We both still love each other so much, so we want to at least try to make it work. My heart My heart nearly thumps out of my chest. Tal and Ellie made a mistake. They're getting back together. Charlie Spring, 1552. OMG, I'm so happy for you. I know you two are good together. Tal Zoo, 1554. Also, I'm sorry if me and Ellie caused some weird drama between you and Nick. And I really hope it's cool between you guys soon. And if this is all at all helpful, I saw Nick quickly as he was leaving Harry's and he was really upset about it. Like, I'm pretty sure there's no way he wants to actually break up with you. I read the message several times before replying. Charlie Spring, 1556. It's definitely not your fault. I'll keep you updated. I don't really want to break up either. And that sort of makes me feel a bit better. Just saying it. I do not want to break up with Nick. After that, I wander back to Boots to pick up the photos. I don't look at them until I'm on the bus home. The first photo is the one Nick took of me when I found him in the box fort on the last day of school. Looks sort of bewildered. My eyes are all wide and my mouth half open, and it's not a terrible photo. It's nice because it looks natural, I guess. The second is the one Harry took when we weren't looking, and it doesn't look half as awkward as I thought it was going to. We're standing on the grass with our hands touching, just sort of looking at each other like we've come to a pause in a conversation. The grass at our feet and the trees overhead looking so bright in the sun. It's kind of arty. Harry would probably be very pleased with himself. The third is the one I took of Nick, and it is a terrible photo. I laugh out loud. It's hilarious, actually. He's mid-blink. He'll probably throw it in the bin as soon as he sees it. And the fourth one is the selfie we took together. Nick's arm around my shoulders and our heads together, both of us smiling. A little lens flare from the sunshine falling across Nick's chest. I look at that one for a while. That Thursday was such a lovely day. I wish the past 2 weeks had been as lovely as that day. There are a few after that that's still at school. Several in Nick with his year 13 friends, and even a couple just in the school building itself, as if Nick just wants to remember what it looks like. And then there's the one of me in Nick's car, sitting with my legs tucked up on the seat, my sunglasses on, scrolling through my phone. It's nice. I hardly ever see pictures of me like this. They're almost always selfies or posed photos with friends. The bus jolts suddenly and the photos fall off my lap onto the seat next to me. I slam my hand down on them before they fall on the floor, but they've all spread out like playing cards and one photo catches my eye. It's me, asleep in Nick's bed. The streetlights outside send a soft orange glow through the thin curtains behind me. My hand is curled next to my face and my hair has gone all messy and pushed to one side. I don't know when he took this one. I think I fell asleep before him, but I honestly can't remember. Maybe it's kind of a weird picture to take, but I can understand why Nick took it. I'd take a picture of him if he looked like that in my bed. God, that sounds creepy, doesn't it? I don't care. As I flip through. Oh, by the way, that is actually what it says in the book. As I flip through the rest of the photos, I start to realize that they've all sort of like that. Tinged purple and blue and orange, muted colors, a little blurry, like Polaroids at an art school exhibition. Me stretched out on his bed on his laptop. Me lying on the lounge floor with my arms around his border collie Nellie. Me attempting to give his pug Henry a piggyback. Me several steps ahead in the field behind the house, his house where we took our dogs for a walk. Me standing at the top of a hill, holding out my arms. I remember him taking that one. Me giving him side eye as I caught him trying to take a picture of me against the view, the sunlit horizon and the fields and the river. A selfie of us together. A selfie of us with me holding Henry up so he could be in it too. A selfie of us making stupid faces. Back at his house, a blurred close-up of me laughing from when he thrust the camera at my face. The light gets darker, bluer. A photo of me curled up on the lounge sofa. The TV screen illuminating the tips of my hair. Me cross-legged on his bed in just my t-shirt and boxers, pointing at the camera, smiling. And then the one of me asleep. There are so many of just me. Me. Nick just took a ton of photos of me. Nick's not a hugely creative person. He's never been interested in photography or art or anything like that. I think he just took them because he wanted to remember what this was like. What our life is like now. Chilling around each other's houses, going on walks, eating together, sleeping together. It sounds boring, but it's so wonderful. It is. I feel myself tear up just looking at our life together. I love this. I love us. I love our weird, boring life. I take my phone out of my pocket and take a picture of our stupid face selfie in the field. I send it to Nick. How do you think Nick is going to respond to that, I wonder? Nick. My mate Cy has come round to stage an intervention. He's going to Cambridge in the autumn, so I'm not entirely surprised that he's smart enough to pick up on the fact that I am approximately 70 miles away from OK. But he hasn't said anything useful so far, and now we're playing Mario Kart and eating Percy pigs. After we've been gaming for around half an hour and chatting casually about A-level revision and summer and how utterly shit Harry's party was, Cy finally says, "So what exactly are you both having an argy-bargy about?" He puts the controller down, swivels around on the sofa and folds his arm. "Because it sounds like nothing, to be honest." I sigh and pause the game. "Charlie broke up with me, mate." "Oh, come on! Why the bloody hell would he do that?" "I have no idea." "Are you sure that's what he was trying to do?" "Honestly, I'm not even sure. He was so drunk, he kept telling me I should break up with him, and I just lost it at him." Cy adjusts his glasses and runs a hand through his hair. "Sounds like you need to have a chat with him, dude." "I don't know what to say." I put my controller down and look at him. "Help me." "Why am I the relationship expert? I've never even been in a relationship." "You're smart. You're doing English Lit at uni." "English Lit is utterly useless in the real world, Nicholas. Utterly useless. Trust me. Chaucer and John Donne aren't going to help you with this." This makes me laugh. "I don't even know who they are." "Exactly." I laid my head back on the sofa. I think he just thought it was a good time to end our relationship. Like, teenage relationships never last. It's a bit weird that we've made it this far anyway, and I don't know, I guess he thinks we're kind of boring. Like, we hardly do anything interesting. We're the most basic teenage relationship. Basic teenage relationship? Sigh Sputters. Have you seen yourselves? You hang around with each other every single day and somehow haven't wanted to kill each other yet. You started sleeping round each other's houses regularly on school nights. You can communicate by just looking at each other. Trust me, I played board games with you two. He shakes his head. A basic teenage relationship is daring to hold hands outside of the school gate and going on Cinnamon Nando's dates on Saturday afternoons. I stare at him. If you want to break up, he says, pointing a finger at me, go right ahead. If you're bored and want it to be over, fine. But just because you're not going on fucking amazing dates every weekend doesn't mean you're boring. It definitely doesn't mean you need to break up. He slaps his hands on his legs and leans back. Shit, I say. When I pick up my phone a couple of hours later, I have a message. The name on the screen reads Charlie Spring. Oh, this will be interesting. Charlie. Oh yeah, by the way, this is part 5 with the story. We're almost to the end here, actually. We got this and one more part here. I sent him another picture 2 hours later. The one of us kissing that I took on my phone. 2 hours after that, I sent him a third picture. The selfie we took in school on his last day. The next morning, an old selfie of us I find on my Tumblr. Half an hour later, one of our first selfies back when we started going out. And I carry on like that until Monday. Picture after picture until I've sent every single selfie of us I've saved on my phone. The little red tick appears on all of them until around Sunday afternoon. Then he stops reading them. And he says nothing. He doesn't reply. As soon as Tori gets home from her exam on Monday, I tell her all about it. He's not replying, I say. It's actually embarrassing how panicked I sound. What does that mean? She stands at the door, not even taking her shoes off. You got those photos? She says. In my room. Go get 'em. Why? We're posting them through his letterbox. Why would that help? Because texts are dumb, she shrugs. And a gesture is needed. I laugh. Who are you? A born-again woman willing to put aside my empathy for the sake of romance. She blinks and puts her hand on her heart. Jesus, I gave myself indigestion saying that out loud. Tori's friend Becky drives us. Becky keeps looking at me in the rearview mirror. I've never been truly sure whether Becky likes me or not, but right now, I don't think it matters. It only takes a minute to drive there, but Tori says we have to drive because a quick getaway will be vital to the success of the gesture. Sitting in the back seat, I flip through the photos again. Should I post all of them through the letterbox? Just a few? Just one? I make the decision and take a pen out of my pocket. Nick. I get home from my Monday afternoon exam, dump my bag on the floor in the hallway, and fall onto the living room sofa. It didn't go too badly today. Only 2 more to go, and then that's it. Summer. What am I going to do with all that time? I almost don't want my exams to end now. Charlie started sending me blank texts on Saturday while Saya was round. I don't really know what they're supposed to mean. My phone's quite old and I dropped it down the stairs a couple of months ago, so I assume it's a glitch. I haven't turned it on since yesterday afternoon. Seeing Charlie's name keep popping up was making my stomach lurch every single time. Nikki? Is that you, love? A mom calls from the kitchen. Yeah? I shout. You got post. I groan and rise from the sofa. I stumble to the kitchen and walk towards the table, where there's a brown envelope with the word Nick on it, no address. It's in Charlie's handwriting, and my stomach lurches harder than it does done all weekend. Oh my god, I say. What's up? Mom brings 2 mugs of tea over to the table and sits down, looking at me expectantly. It's from Charlie. Mom gapes. We both stare at the envelope for a long moment. Well, open it then. And I do. Inside the envelope is a photograph, the sort you get developed from disposable cameras. And I know immediately that I took this one. I remember the exact moment I decided to take it, walking into my room after getting a glass of water to find Charlie curled up so beautifully in my bed, the orange street lamp light shining on his skin, and I felt like if I was going to die, this would be what I wanted to see last. I turned the photo over and there's Charlie's handwriting. Hey, you took a lot of pictures of me. Do you have a crush on me or something? How embarrassing. If you want to talk, I'll be at the Truum Primary School Summer Fete tomorrow, Tuesday, at 3 o'clock. Wow, this isn't a rom-com lol. I'm sorry for how sappy this is. By the way, I love you. Okay, bye. XXXXX. And there's the picture of this Here's the picture. I'm gonna more closely on that one. Charlie. I haven't felt this nervous since I had to do my bloody head boy campaign speech in front of the entire school. What if Nick didn't even see the photo? What if it, slipped underneath the doormat? Or his mom threw it away by accident? What if he saw the photo, tore it up, and didn't even notice the note on the back? What if he read it and still doesn't turn up? I arrive at Truum Primary School's Summer Fete, which takes place every year on their school field, with Tori and our dad at around 2 o'clock. We spend most of the following hour wandering around with our younger brother Oliver, who's in year 4 at the school. Dad gives him money to do the tombola and play on the bouncy castle and the coconut shy. Tori plays against him on the table football they got set up in the middle of the field, and I mainly stand there, repeatedly checking my phone and searching around for my boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? No, not ex. Not yet. I'm not giving up yet. At 2:45, I go and wait near the entrance to the field, just inside the tennis court. It reminds me too much of the Truum tennis court the day when all this started. All these stupid, pointless feelings. Charlie Spring, 1454. I'm in the tennis court, if you're coming. He doesn't text me back. He doesn't even say he's read the message. I feel myself start to sweat a little. Is this it? Am I going to be able to give up? What am I going to say to him? Am I just going to beg him not to break up with me? What if he turns up and he says he still wants to break up? I take a deep breath. This is it, I guess. I look up and watch as Nick walks through the tennis court gate. Having not seen him for over 2 weeks, just the sight of him makes me want to run up to him and kiss him and hold him and not let go of him for at least 20 minutes. I clench my fist and stay very still as he walks up to me. God, everything about him is so perfect. Hi, I say, as he stops and leans against the tennis court fence in front of me. I try to think of something else to say, but nothing comes to mind except, you are beautiful and I love you. Hi, he says with a nervous smile. There's a pause. I got the photo, he says, and then he shakes his head. Well, duh, here I am. I huff out a laugh. Genuinely the most embarrassing thing I have ever done. And you call me embarrassing. That photo was pretty embarrassing, though. True, we're both actually pathetic. He grins and I feel a pang of hope. You didn't text me back, I say. Nick blinks and says, you were just sending me blank texts. I thought it was a glitch or something. He pulls his phone out of his pocket and shows me his messages. There's the one I sent him 5 minutes ago, and before that there's just blank message after blank message. Oh, right. Why? What did they say? Nick looks at me curiously. Oh, I was, sending you all the pictures, like, one by one. I run a hand through my hair. That's so awkward. Wow, sorry. Pictures of us, you mean? Yeah? I don't think this phone can get picture messages anymore. I stare at him. Can't it? Don't think so. You know, I dropped it down the stairs a couple months ago. It's been doing some weird things since then. I shake my head, amazed. I knew you dropped it, but I didn't know about the photo thing. He shrugs. Neither did I. Oh, can I see them now? He's not laughing at me. He's serious. He doesn't think this was stupid. Yeah. I take my phone out of my pocket and we scroll through the pictures one by one, laughing at the stupid ones and pausing on the cute ones. Occasionally we get to one that reminds us of an old day out and we stop and talk about it. And remember the silly dates we've been on and the terrible ones and the great ones, the repetitive days we spend indoors and outdoors, at school and at home. By the end, we're both sitting on the asphalt with our backs against the fence, the sun shining off the corn and white of our shoes. We sit in the silence for a minute, and then he says, his voice so quiet I can only just catch it over the buzz of the crowd behind us. I don't want to break up with you. And I could honestly cry right there. I could just cry with relief. Me neither, I say. Sorry if I sounded like I did. I really didn't. Same, he chuckles. I have no idea what we were arguing about. Me neither. Sorry I shouted at you and didn't drive you home. Sorry I got drunk and made out with you in front of everyone and cried. Sorry I called you a dick. Sorry I told you to leave. Sorry for talking about uni all the time. Sorry for getting pissed off with you talking about uni all the time. He laughs an amazing boyish Nick laugh. He rolls his head onto my shoulder. Can we stop now? I find his hand and take it in mine. I lean against him and he still smells like him. Like home. Yeah. I don't want to break up with you. Ever, he says. Same. Maybe that's stupid. I don't care, I say. Me neither, he says. He tilts his head up again and kisses me, and I haven't felt like this happy for weeks, months, maybe ever, and something is different too. Something I can't quite place. He brings a hand up to my cheek, and I don't think things have gone back to normal. Instead, we've entered an entirely new era. One where we're better, shorter, stronger together. Wow, I really am embarrassing. Also, I bought you chocolate, I say when we break apart after a while. I take the Oreo Dairy Milk Bar out of my pocket, hoping that it hasn't melted too much in the heat. Oh man, he grabs and tears it open. That's it. You seal the deal now. We're practically married. He pops a chunk into his mouth and then holds it out to me. Want some? I stare at the chocolate and feel that jolt of fear that I always get, but something for some reason in that moment makes me say, yeah, okay. Yep, this is pretty much, I'm pretty sure this would be the scene that I would expect to have happen in this moment. Nick. We decide to ditch the fete. Oliver will be fine with Tori and their dad, and there isn't really much for us two to do there anyway. We decide the beach is a much better idea. It's about an hour's drive to the beach we always go to, so Charlie connects my phone to the car radio and plays some Sufjan Stevens, then Shura, then Khalid. There are closer beaches, but they're always busy and disgusting, packed with loud teenagers and toddlers and people fighting for a spot to lay their towel. Our beach is a lot smaller. It has a thin pier you can walk down with a bench at the end, and a massive arcade just across the road that stays open until 10 p.m. There never seems to be many people on the beach itself, apart from a few dog walkers and elderly folk, and it's no different today. It's just open space and flat blue sea and a beautiful horizon, as if the whole world has been made just for us. We walk up and down the beach talking, and we walk up the pier and sit on the bench at the end and talk and kiss. Then we get the blanket I keep in my car and find a spot on the beach to sit down and then lie down and just be silent for a while. We walk to the fish and chip shop we always go to and sit on the brick wall outside and eat and talk, and then we decide taking off our shoes and socks and rolling up our jeans and paddling in the sea is a good idea, but quickly learn, once our jeans get wet, that it probably wasn't a very good idea after all. We take a bunch of photos on Charlie's phone after talking about how he doesn't take enough. We go to the arcade for an hour and play on all we go to the arcade for an hour and play on all our favorites. Air hockey, the jungle car game, the skiing game, the basketball game, the coin machines. We get enough tickets for a bouncy ball. We sit at the end of the pier again and watch the sunset, because that's what you've got to do on days like this. The clouds turn pink and purple, the sky orange, and then everything is dark blue. On the drive back, Charlie falls asleep in my car. I turn on the radio on and thank the universe that my life is like this. 6. We're now to the final part. Charlie. Aline was right. Nick and I are literally two idiots. We spend the whole day talking about us and what it's going to be like when we're long distance, and it honestly only makes me believe even harder that we're going to be fine, that everything's going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Seriously, this time. Nick drives me back home, but I tell him to drive to his house instead. I text Tori that I'm staying over at his. She'll explain to our parents. We stay up late just talking and browsing the internet and watching videos and talking again, laughing, dozing off. I wonder what it'd be like to have a whole life of this. I think it'd be pretty great, not gonna lie. And then one minute we're lying there and the next we're kissing. And it's not like this is anything particularly new, but it feels new. It feels like we've been forced apart for a century and this is our reunion. A mix of relief and desperation. Both of us clinging to each other on his bed, and when Nick breaks away to kiss my neck, I just stop thinking entirely. How is it that this still makes me so... How have 2 years gone by and I still feel like this in his arms? We kissed for a long time, like it's 2 years ago and we're on Nick's lounge sofa trying to watch a film. Impossible. I can't think about anything else when he's running his hands so gently through my hair, across my back, over my hips. I ask if we should take our clothes off, and he's saying yes, before I've even finished my sentence. And then he's pulling my t-shirt off and laughing when I can't undo his shirt buttons. He's undoing my belt. I'm reaching into his bedside drawer for a condom. We're kissing again. We're rolling over. Obviously, you can see where this is going. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all can. I don't know if it's because we're feeling especially emotional or we're just tired or these past couple of weeks have been too much, but this time reminds me so much of the first time we had sex. We were both fucking terrified, and the whole thing was kind of terrible because we didn't know what we were doing. But it was good too. So good. Because we were a mess of emotions and we were scared and excited and everything felt new. So this sort of feels like that. Nick touches me like he's scared that at any minute I could disintegrate forever. When we're finally undressed completely, he just stops and stares like he's trying to memorize every second of this. When we're moving, he keeps saying my name over and over until I find it too ridiculous and tell him to shut up. But he just grins and keeps on saying it anyway, whispering against my skin just to make me laugh. I hold him so tight against me, as if that'll keep him here with me. I used to think I was pathetic for thinking soppy, romantic stuff like that. I don't anymore. I just keep thinking it. I keep wanting him here. I keep wanting him to stay. Afterwards we lie there for a while, Nick's head on my chest and our legs entwined. I reach over to his bedside table and turn the radio on, noticing that it's gone 3 a.m. How did that happen? I close my eyes because I think Nick might be asleep. But before you finish that sentence, picture right there. I don't think you need to guess what was going on. But several minutes later, I hear a click and open my eyes to find he's taking a photo of us lying there, this time on his phone. Nick! I grab his phone and check the photo as he laughs gleefully. Nothing like a post-sex candid. I don't reply because I'm just staring at the photo. It's like the ones he took on his disposable camera, natural and unstaged. Nick curled against me and smirking up at the camera, my head leaning on his, my eyes shut and mouth slightly open. Don't delete it, says Nick. I'm not. I look at it for a second more and then hand it back to him. Don't put it on Instagram. Can I set it as my wallpaper? What, and get rid of Henry and Ellie? Do you finally love more than your dogs? That's going a bit far. I roll over, shoving him off me and flipping us so I'm lying on top of him. Rude. Nick laughs and wraps his arms around me. Okay, fine. I love you more than my dogs. Good. I love you more than anyone, actually. He says this a little quieter. I move my head out from the crook of his neck so I can meet his eyes. Is that weird? He continues and then huffs out a small laugh. I'm only 18. I don't know, I say. Maybe. It is weird. We both know it's weird. We both know we're weird. We're not like other couples our age. It's weird that we hang out every single day. It's weird that we'd rather just be with each other all the time. Every day we wonder where we're going to stop feeling like this and get over our teenage relationship. But it never happens. We just keep on going. Because it's good too. God, it's so good. I'm weird too, I say, because saying I love you more than anyone too back to him doesn't feel quite adequate, even though I honestly love him more than anyone else in the entire world. Nick squeezes me and says, yeah, because he already knows. Nick. The next morning I wake up to the sound of Charlie's phone alarm and he makes honestly the most adorable grumbling sound I've ever heard. And even though I'm half asleep, I just start laughing. He turns the alarm off and rolls over and asks, what? And I'm like, don't go to school today. You don't have to go to school. It's study leave. And I reach out my arms and pull him closer to me and he shuts his eyes and mumbles, fine. And this is what we see. They look like such a cute couple, I'm telling you. Some bonus explanation for American readers. Over the years, I've had many questions from American readers about some of the particularly British elements of my stories. For example, sixth form, grammar school, and A levels. So for this U.S. edition of Nick and Charlie, my U.S. editor, David Leviathan, offered to provide an explanation of the Britishisms that might otherwise require a Google search. Over to you, David. A.O. To work on the American edition of a British novel is to realize, with an S, that although we all claim affiliation to the English language, there are many moments where American and British are, in fact, two separate languages, possibly requiring a little translation. The potential for confusion is great. Were Nick and Charlie to head to a prom at Royal Albert Hall in the springtime, they'd end up at a classical musical concert, not a dance. If they were to take out a rubber, would it likely be on the end of a pencil, not to be put on the end of somewhere else? And somehow the fanny means one side of the body on one side of the Atlantic, and another side of the body on the other side of the Atlantic, making the placement of a fanny pack a highly disputed notion. The Atlantic has a lot to answer for. As someone who has spoken fluent American for all my life and has become conversant in British through friends, editing, and, more than anything else, reading books like the one currently in your hands, I would like to offer the following resource for American readers They might be confused by some of the verbiage they've encountered in Nick and Charlie's story. I concede up front that it might have made more sense to put this ad in at the start of the book before you were inundated with Briticisms. But face it, part of the fun of the experience is trying to master the contextual clues. I assure you that British readers face the same challenges with novels written in American. What are crawdads and why do they sing? What's the difference between a highway, a freeway, and a turnpike? Are they all the same thing? Do Americans really spend their times in fields of rye catching small children? I will now attempt to walk you through some of the questions that may arise when Americans like myself reads Nick and Charlie. Let's start with the basic math. Is year 10 the same thing as 10th grade? You'd think so, right? Alas, we can't even number our grades the same way. UK schooling starts with something called reception at age 4, which makes it the equivalent to what we call pre-K. Then the year that we call kindergarten, which by all rights should be first grade if you think about it, is year 1 in the UK. This means that UK years will always be plus 1 to US grades. This explains the ominously named year 13, which is actually the rough equivalent of our senior year. I say rough equivalent because your next question might be, what's sixth form mean? In a Terry Pratchett novel, the sixth form would no doubt be a nonsensical application you fill out in order to gain adulthood after having lost the first 5 forms. But no, sixth form is not an actual form. It's more a function, and it's extra confusing because it's named after a system that no longer exists. So the sixth form is no longer the sixth of anything. But that aside, what is it? The sixth form refers to the final 2 years of secondary education, aka years 12 and 13, or junior and senior year in the States. British students have more different options for their sixth form studies. They can stay at their current school or move to a different school, or go to a sixth form college, which only caters to students in those final 2 year groups. Throughout those 2 final years, students will be usually working toward their A-level exams, but students can also take other academic or vocational courses depending on where they're studying. So what's an A-level? This is where it gets really intense and honestly makes the SATs seem basic. In the 2 years of the sixth form, you're basically studying for subject-based exams called A-levels. You have to take at least 3 of them. Kind of like choosing which AP classes to take and then spending 2 whole years focused on those subjects. Subjects include English language and literature, maths. Sorry to interrupt, but is that a typo? Don't you mean math? UK logic says that we're shortening mathematics here, and if you shorten the plural, it should stay plural. Thank you very much. US logic says there's only one math, just like there's one science or one literature when you're talking about a general field. I do not have the diplomatic skills to reconcile these logics, so we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one. Now, as I was saying, subjects for A-levels include English language and literature, maths, biology, physics, chemistry, history, geography, psychology, economics, art, information technology, photography, and languages such as French, German, and Spanish. You take one big exam with each subject as its own module, and then get a score from an A to an E. Good news, you can't get an F. Statistically, if you bomb on one of the subjects and want to take the exam over, you can't just take that one subject/module over. You have to take on the whole thing over again. Your coursework in these subjects is also part of your A-level grade. I imagine this is all rather stressful. You can see why Nick may be on edge. Universities and many employers look at your A-levels when you apply for school, jobs, or apprenticeships. If after you graduate high school and you want to continue your schooling, you go to college, right? No! Word choice again causes confusion here. In the UK, college and university are not used interchangeably the way they are in the US. In the UK, if you head off to college, you are doing your sixth form, years 12 and 13, in a different institution than when you have your secondary schooling. In American terms, you're doing college prep in something called college. Then when your 2 years are done and your A-levels are completed, you head to university. The university may have individual colleges within it, but that's a different use of the word college, and I don't want to get into it here for fear of confusing you even more. So if a 16-year-old Brit tells me they're in college, it doesn't mean they're a prodigy and graduated from high school 2 years early. It just means that they're doing their university prep coursework, like junior and senior year, at a school that's different from their secondary school. If you had to take an A-level exam based on the British education system, do you think you'd pass? No, I do not think I would. I think I would get an E. I'm also confused when teen characters say they're going to grammar school. It sounds like they've been held back, right? It sounds that way to American ears, but it's not the case. In the UK, grammar school is not a synonym for elementary school. A grammar school in the UK is what we might think of as a magnet school here in the US. They are state secondary schools that you can apply to when you're 11. Another exam. According to the BBC, of some of these 1,000 state secondary schools in England, only 163 are grammar schools. Scotland, Wales, and many countries in England don't have grammar schools at all. It's important to note that although I'm using the term UK throughout this explanation, there are wild regional divergences from much of what I'm saying within the UK. I once had a 5-city UK book tour, and in each city I went to, when I told people where I'd been, they exclaimed, "Oh, the accent in that city! I can't understand a word they're saying." These cities were at most 6 hours apart. An example of a question you might be asked to get into a grammar school is this. Maggie Smith, Judy Dench, Ian McKellen, Helen Mirren, and Angela Lansbury are out shopping for jumpers. Helen Mirren and Judy Dench want pattern jumpers. Ian McKellen and Angela Lansbury want brightly colored jumpers with hoods. Judy Dench and Maggie Smith want lightweight jumpers, and Maggie Smith and Helen Mirren want brightly colored jumpers but with an extra warm lining. Out of the following statements, which one must be true? Angela Lansbury and Ian McKellen want different type of jumpers. B. Only two people do not want brightly colored jumpers. C. No one wants a lightweight jumper with a hood. D. Angela Lansbury wants a jumper with a hood and a warm lining. E. Four of them do not want patterned jumpers. Shall we talk about something less complicated like football? This is like the holy grail of the American-British disconnect. And frankly, with this one, the Brits seem to have rationality on their side. The sport that's played mostly with your feet is probably the one that should be called football. The one where, yeah, your feet do some running work, but they're not really the star of the show. Probably not the prime candidate to be called football. But just in case you're curious, what we Americans call soccer got that name because it was called association football in the UK as a way to delineate it from rugby football. Association equals a sock equals sock equals soccer. Association football and rugby football had a hot, steamy encounter, bore a child, and said, "Well, since football is your last name and it's also my last name, let's just call the fruit of our union by that last name." Hence, American football was born. And once it became popular, there was no going back. It was association football that needed to change its name. Now, why is American football a much bigger sport than American soccer when it comes to pro leagues, even though more kids actually play soccer? Let's just say capitalism and move on to the next question. Also, the answer for the above test question, in case anybody's wondering, was C. No one wants a lightweight jumper with a hood. I understand why a wool garment I put on my top half is called a sweater, because I get all sweaty when I wear it. But in the UK, it's called a jumper. Why is this? A sweater's much itchier there? Probably, but that's not the reason it's called a jumper. Jumper as sweater derives from the French jupe, or for a short coat. So blame the French. The British often do. Okay, pop quiz. Can you explain the following? Biscuit hour. In the UK, a biscuit is a cookie. So biscuit hour is clearly a time to eat cookies. I doubt it takes a whole hour. Side note, my friend Gabriel, who is as British as Paddington, had never heard of biscuit hour, and neither had his friends. I would like to think this is a sly effort on Alice Oseman's part to spread the concept so that soon everyone in the UK will be taking an hour to sit around and eat biscuits. Crisps. It's a slippery slope here. Crisps in the UK are chips in the US, whereas chips in the UK are fries in the US. Yeah, that's true. I would know this because I remember having some sort of what they called chips, but they weren't really chips. They were like potatoes, and then like yeah, they were shaped like potatoes. Like if chips were like potatoes if they were in the shape of a chip, but not. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I know what I'm thinking of, but I can't really put it into words. Car park. Not unless a place where cars go for a stroll to take in some foliage, maybe play frisbee on a hot summer day. A car park is a parking lot. Pavement. A 1990s indie band that I have never liked as much as I thought I should. Also in the UK, it's a sidewalk, whereas in the US, it's the substance that makes up the street. In other musical terms, when Adele sings that she's changing pavements, potato wedges. Oh, hey, Towels, how you doing tonight? I'm actually glad you're here. Because you probably know more about most of these things that I've talked about ever since I started the this section referring to some bonus explanation for American readers, talking about British, British and American terminologies, like how we use the same word, but we use them differently. But anyway, going back to Pavement, a 1990s indie band that I never liked as much as I thought I should. Also in the UK, it's a sidewalk, whereas in the US, it's the substance that makes up the street, which is true. As far as the American side goes, it is true. In other musical terms, when Adele sings that she's changing pavements, we call a highway a motorway. I think we'll probably get to that here soon, maybe. Um, when Adele sings that she's changing pavements, it doesn't mean that she's in love with the art of road making. She just can't stop walking on the sidewalks of life. Oreo Dairy Milk Bar, aka Cadbury Dairy Milk Oreo. If the Amazon reviews are to be believed, this candy is heaven condensed into a solid form. You would think that UK and US chocolate would be the same, but no! US chocolate is usually sweeter with sugar as the first ingredient. UK chocolate, however, prioritizes the cow over the cane and makes milk its first ingredient. In this case, that milky chocolate is mixed with bits of Oreo cookie, then sold in bar form. At least one Amazon reviewer recommends eating it chilled for maximum pleasure. You know, that is very true. We're talking about because like I've had so many different types of chocolate candy. Reese's peanut butter cups being my personal favorite one out of them all because it's so good. Uh, Tombola. Um, Thomas Bola's nickname. No, quickly look something up. Oh, it's the Italian word for a raffle, which Brits apparently like as much as the English word for raffle. Only it's not exactly the same as a raffle. As I have been told by someone on the know, in a raffle you buy a ticket that is put into a hat for a draw at a later point in the hope of winning a corresponding prize, whereas a tombola is a table full of numbered prizes, usually either bottles of wine or toys, and a hat full of tickets. Gotta go get coffee, just got it. Well, I hope you enjoy your coffee, towels. Thank you for stopping by as well, by the way. You pull your own ticket out and either win or lose on the spot, depending on whether there's a number on it or not. Aren't you glad you asked? Are you rushing off to the village 50 to try your luck? I personally would like to invent a tom raffle, where after you put your name into a hat, bottles of wine and toys pay good money for a chance to take you home. And a pop quiz. Now, if I sent you a text and said, you gotta help me, David, Ignatius is really pissed, what would you advise? If Ignatius is American, I would advise you to ask him what's wrong and try to work out on the source of the anger, because if Ignatius is American and pissed, he is angry. However, if Ignatius is British, I would advise you that you tell him to drink lots of water, not operate a vehicle, and don't even think about texting any of his exes. Because if he's British and pissed, that means he's drunk, drunk, drunk. but if you tell him this, he may get pissed off. A phrase that is the same in all regions. I need some new fashionable footwear. I should head to Boots, right? Oh, if you want to be wearing a foot brace for to your next gala. Strangely, you won't find any Boots at Boots. It is a big pharmacy chain like CVS or Walgreens. It is named after its founder, John Boot. For footwear, you could go to SCA, which when pronounced by an American will probably come out like the sound you make when you get off the couch after sitting on it for 12 hours. Is a box fort a fort made of boxes? Actually, it is. Are fairy lights made of real fairies? Only in England. In America, we tend to think they're made by elves and call them Christmas lights, even in July. Can you explain rounders to me? It's a game involving a bat and bases and a ball, but it's not baseball. You should probably just look this one up online for the nuances. How about chucking it down? When it rains real hard in America, we involve cats and dogs. When it rains real hard in the UK, they reference some guy named Chuck. Which, come to think of it, it's a nickname for Charles or Charlie. It bears further investigation. I hope this conversation has helped you as much as it helped me, and will inform your further reading about Nick, Charlie, and their friends. I'm off now to change my jumper so I can get a game of rounders in before biscuit hours is through. And now we have this right here. Let's see. Nick Nelson. Full name Nicholas Nelson. Age 18. School year 13. Birthday September 4th. Likes rugby, dogs, baking. Dislikes horror movies, bugs, bullies. Charlie Spring. Full name Charles Francis Spring. Age 17, school year 12. Birthday April 27th. Likes music, Knicks hoodies, naps. Dislikes no Wi-Fi, being cold, bad mental health days. About Alice Oseman. Alice Oseman was born in 1994 in Kent, England, and is a full-time writer and illustrator. She is the creator of the popular Heartstopper series, now a live-action TV show streaming on Netflix. I did not know this. Alice is also the author of 4 young adult novels: Solitaire, Radio Silence, I Was Born for This, and Loveless. Visit her online at aliceosman.com. And that, my friends, is the end of the book. And like I said before, I know I don't have all of her books. All of her books. Not all of her books. Like Oliver Twist. But I will say, I do have this one book that I did show off earlier that it talks about here, titled Solitaire, that I will be reading at some point in the future. But for right now, I think I'm done reading for the night. I've been live for literally, it's just past the 300 mark. But I think I'm done reading for the night. I need to get to bed at some point soon. It's so late in the night for me. I don't even need to guess what time it is. But in any case, I actually enjoyed reading these 2 books very much. I will reveal what I believe the rating will be, what the rating should be. Definitely PG-13 at the least, for sure, because there was some strong language in there, but they don't really happen that often. They don't happen too frequently, but they do happen. In any case, so I'm gonna be figuring that out. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. I had a lot of fun reading these books, and I'm surprised I managed to read them both in the same stream. But in any case, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope anybody that celebrated Valentine's Day, I hope you had a good one. And if you didn't, well, I hope yesterday was a good day for you regardless. In any event, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, this is Forrest Walpole, signing off.